Hello, hello. What a day. Oh, I forgot to... Okay. Don't worry. Well, you know what? List of things I forgot to do. By being distracted by all the information coming out, I forgot to do that. I still haven't set up any of the extreme elements. I have some cheese sticks sitting on my desk that I haven't eaten. I have an apple sitting on my desk that I haven't eaten. I have... There's too much information today. That's my vibe. So yeah. You want my... If you just clicked on this VOD, you want my overall thoughts on Nefer nerf? It's fine. It doesn't matter. You want... Okay. This is maybe a hot take. If you don't have an intuitive grasp for how, like, you don't have the understanding of the game's framework to a level where you can intuitively understand whether or not 100 EM will affect whether or not 100 EM will affect how you, relatively your personal play style, right? If you don't have the intuitive grasp or personal understanding to understand whether or not 100 EM, so that was the nerf, by the way. Nefer lost 100 base EM, so minus 100 EM just across the board. So it was a very simple nerf. So 5 EM rolls in your artifacts essentially, and if you don't understand exactly relative to like what that does relative to what your playstyle preferences are, what your standards of character performance are like, if you don't have an intuitive grasp for what the effect of that is, it probably doesn't matter to you. It probably doesn't matter to you. Yeah, that's a good point, Pandemonium. It is similar to like an Abyss buff card. You know how you get 80 EM from the Abyss buff? Do you ever go, oh my god, that changes my experience in Abyss? 80 EM, it's completely different now. Like, to be clear, can 80 EM be a breakpoint? A breakpoint maker where like you might be able to reach a damage threshold where you couldn't clear otherwise before? Yeah, potentially. Maybe. But that's my point with this idea of like, if you don't have an intuitive grasp for exactly what 100 EM is going to do for you already, it's probably not going to actually affect anything for you. And if you are someone that does have a grasp of what that effect will be, what I think the 100 EM nerf on Nefer is a minor rebalance. And to be clear, I don't like how they went about. I don't like this is the way they chose to nerf her, but I'll talk about that more later. I'm not trying to defend the way they went about it, right? But ultimately, like, if you are the type of player who does have a grasp on what 100 EM might do, like what the DPS loss is, and whether or not that might affect your ability to clear the game's content, or the general enjoyment you would get from the character, and like for you personally, right? Then you are probably fine still, because just pull Colombina, I guess, because you're probably a meta player and you're planning to pull for Colombina, and this change was almost 1,000,000% for sure a change they did because they realized that Nefer was going to be too strong with Colombina. So this is just a balance change for the future, factoring around future releases. Maybe even Yoda was part of that. Maybe. Not. I don't actually think Yoda was part of that, because we have a Yoda's kit now. So I don't actually think that's the case. But what's her base EM? 200? So now it's 100. She gets 100 free EM instead of 200 free EM. Or no. And by the way, what... Oh, I'm on my Polarmally account. But 100%, 1 quadrillion% blame Giant Uba character for this problem. Of the things that are too big about Llama, the main thing that they made too big is she buffs Nefer way too much. She buffs Nefer too much. And the number one biggest downside, by the way, and the people actually most likely to see the effect of the Nefer nerf is the people without Llama. All they really did is really F over, not really F over, because like it's not actually going to be that noticeable, to be clear. There's still like the relative gap is still relative about the same, but they did lower, by lowering her base EM, they made her damage performance without Llama even lower, right? The people with Llama, we're going to be perfectly happy with her one way or regardless. Whereas I'd say it's more likely that you will notice her, like she was not that bad, I would say, in my opinion, without Llama before. And now she's in the territory of without Llama, she's like an average DPS. Now without Llama, she's probably a relatively poor DPS. But still not like useless, to be clear. Like I almost guarantee you, regardless of the nerf, come tomorrow evening when I get Llama, I'll go through Abyss on both sides, not just the shield side. The shield side will be trivial, but on the non-shield side that doesn't buffer at all and just is a DPS check, I will clear without a problem with low investment Nefer, right? I'm quite confident of that, but maybe I'm overconfident. I don't know. We'll see. So yeah, she's worse than a Nephilis Flins. Oh yeah, for sure. And it's because they made a Nepha a properly more balanced character. And what they failed to do with Llama is they failed to make Llama if they're doing bundle impact, they need to balance characters well, and they done effed up with Llama. I bet you they internally recognize that they done effed up with Llama. Like the list of things that Llama does for Nefer is she does Ascendant Gleam, which other characters do, have to be fair, but she does Ascendant Gleam, which is important in conjunction with the other things she does. 25% red shred. She does her flat buff and her burst, right? Which is like and her burst is like completely made to exactly buff like all six of like Llama's charge all six of Llama's charge attacks. Like okay. And then she also has her passive that's giving 40 CV, 10 crit rate, and 20 crit damage. Did I forget anything else? I've heard people saying she's just an Alhaitham. Yes. Like, now I think she's a little bit worse than Alhaitham, is my guess. I don't know exactly cast-wise. Like, she was very similar, I'd say, I think, to Alhaitham before the base EM nerf, without Llama. Now, without Llama, she is probably worse than Alhaitham. So yeah, like, Llama is a broken-ass character. And I blame Llama for this problem. And that's what kind of annoys me, is, like, the way they went about this nerf, like, presumably, this is many people's presumption, is that they didn't realize in the beta, because they have the beta full of players that actually don't understand the game's combat properly. The beta is full of players who don't understand the game's combat, and they just press EQ and spam normal attack or charge attack or whatever, or hold one button, and don't actually understand how to do anything nuanced in Genshin's combat. And that's fine. Like, you want those kinds of players to be clear in your beta, but you should also maybe probably get players who understand the game's combat in your beta. Because it seems to be what happened is that the content creator server showed that, hey, content creators who actually know Genshin's combat were like, oh, wow, look. She has a bunch of cool gameplay optimization. And they weren't going to change the gameplay optimization. That allows you to get more damage out of Nefer functionally. And then Hoyle was just like, ah, shit, that's more damage than we intended. And we have a clear DPS target for what we want Nefer to hit right now, because of the fact that we're also planning on Nefer doing more damage in the future because of the future Colombina being released, right? That's my vibe, and many other people's vibes on what happened. So, and like, that's annoying, right? In that, it's just like, okay, they let people who actually understand the game's combat try a character early, and then they're nerfing them after that. And this is after like the content creator server videos come out too. And it's just like, okay, stop it, please. Just balance your shit better beforehand, right? That's what feels bad, in my opinion. So, anyways, by the way, a similar thing happened with the Nefa. Actually, I don't know. Did this happen with the Nefa? I don't know when exactly it happened. I have to go like through the annals of history. But a Nefa used to snapshot in original beta. We never got like good confirmation of this, right? But Nefer's passive used to snapshot her stats. Oh, stupid YouTube chat's in the way. This is why I gotta fix the stupid chat. She used to snapshot for this damage, right? And snapshotting, in case you're not aware, means like when you cast, like when you go on field with a Nefer, right? And if you had like Bennett buff active, you would switch off field and she would still use Bennett's buff to calculate the damage for this. And honestly, I don't really disagree with the snapshot change because I think that was unintended in the first place. It was probably accidental, some side effect of how they coded this initially. And I think it makes sense that she doesn't snapshot. She does enough damage without snapshotting. And I think she's a more balanced character without snapshotting. And also the way this ability works is not one that is like a you cast this ability. It doesn't make sense intuitively to me that this would snapshot at all. Whereas like it can make some amount of sense that Xiangling's ability snapshots, right, with her burst, because you cast her burst while buffs are active. Whereas that is not an ability you cast. It's just a thing that triggers. So, based on something else happening. So yeah, I think Flynn's had a last minute nerf like Nefer. I think he had multiplier reductions. But again, the difference is Flynn's doesn't have an overpowered as hell bundle unit. He has a balanced as hell. I mean, like again, and Nefer is still kind of power creep, but like different from like how Llama is. So I don't know. I think they've done effed up with Llama, and instead of like nerfing Llama, like, you know, unironically, this might be a hot take. I'm sure this would piss a lot of people off. I would have rather they nerfed Llama post-release by like deleting the 40 CV part of her passive, right? So she has in the Ascendant Gleam. So the first one is 1 nod cry, so she makes Bloom's crit, but then if you have 2 nod cries, instead of Bloom's critting, you get Lunar Bloom crit damage. I'm pretty sure this passive does a bit more for Nefer than the 10 crit rate, 20% crit damage. Does a little bit more for Nefer than 100 EM does, right? And I would have rather they like rebalance this post-release and then give a 10 pull in the mail. I forgot who it was in the chat said before I started streaming. Do a post-release nerf and give a 10 pull in the mail. Post-release nerf is illegal. You can't do that in gacha games. Yes, you can. It's a goddamn f***ing video game. And yes, they can. They already sold her. What do you mean? You pulled Nefer. You pulled. They already sold her. You pulled Llama for her passive that buffs Nefer. You pulled Llama for a future character that's not released. You didn't. If you pulled Llama specifically because of the Ascendant Gleam passive that I'm saying they should change. If you pulled Llama specifically for the Ascendant Gleam passive that I'm saying that's the specific thing I'm saying they should change. They could have changed. You're pulling for a non-release character anyways. Then, but like no one pulled Llama specifically for just that. So like, too much legal hot water. I mean, yeah, it's not even legal hot water at Tars. I don't think. I think they don't want to deal with drama. They don't want to deal with backlash because communities for gacha games are cringe and they can't handle the idea of developers rebalancing things after the fact. Only buffs are allowed. Anything that has any negative change is not allowed in gacha game communities. And quite frankly, this mindset is part of why power creep exists. I don't give a shit about. But people love to say there's laws in China. I've never once seen any fucking proof of this bullshit. By the way, I hear everyone saying there's laws. I don't give a shit about laws because I've seen no one actually say what the laws are. I've seen people say laws. I don't really care. Don't DM me. I really don't care. I really do not care. I think it's a video game, and people get way too weird about gacha games sometimes. And I do blame the fact that the culture around, no, you can't rebalance things after the fact, for part of why gacha games have inevitable power creep. So, Saluna doesn't respect laws. No, I don't. The consumer protection laws, sure. You guys are not f***ing lawyers. Okay? You're not lawyers. That's why linking laws to each other doesn't matter. Laws matter in court. Also, they apply to individual countries. Also, they'd have to actually go to court. Also, this is me saying from like a U.S. perspective. I don't know how shit works. Ultimately, what the hell does laws, from what I understand about China, what the hell does laws matter in China even? If the government if the CCP randomly says they don't like something, that's technically against the law in China. That's what laws are in China, technically. Whereas in the U.S., that's what laws are becoming. Laws are becoming that in the U.S. Anyways, laws are a societal bullshit thing that are meant for societal enforcement of things. And we're talking about a goddamn video game here, guys. Like, people just like to throw laws around as the reason things are the way they are, rather than trying to acknowledge, like, any fault themselves for, like, contributing to the way that the games are the way they are. And in particular, the way gacha games are the way they are. The gacha communities never, ever acknowledge any fault for themselves as contributing to the problem of why gacha games end up balanced the way they are. Sorry, I'm a good lord. This is starting with the most hot take I am ever started a stream with. That's my vibe. And yes, I think it's like Hoyoverse doesn't want drama. I don't think it's Law's thing. I think it's Hoyoverse doesn't want drama. It's not worth the drama for them, because just the player base being upset about things is more likely to lose them more money than anything else. So, anyways, stop throwing freaking laws around when we're just trying to have a stupid ass conversation about nerfs or buffing in a gacha game. My point with what changing Llama's kit post release is that it would be the changing Llama's kit release, specifically changing the Ascendant Gleam passive into something else. Like you guys act like this would be an inherent nerf. It wouldn't really be. They could literally change the Ascendant Gleam passive on this character's kit to basically only, for example, they could change this Ascendant Gleam passive to only benefit Llama in some form, and then make there be no benefit for Nefer, and then give 1600 FOMO gems away, and that would be the same functional result of what they have done as far as what Nefer's damage performance would be. Right, with the nerf being obviously being a goal of lowering their point of doing a nerf for Nefer minus 100 EM was to lower Nefer's damage performance. That's the point. And I think the problem is more Llama's power level. And if they did that, then they wouldn't have made the problem of Nefer without Llama even worse. Even worse. Right? That's the point. I think it would have been a better balanced decision to rebalance the character that is causing the problem rather than the character that's not causing the problem, because of the whole freaking culture around, oh, the devs can't change things after release. That's not possible in video games. So, anyways, sorry for being a butthole, even if it's a blaming the community tag. I do think it is a community thing, and you could blame one side of the community or the other. I don't care. I think a lot of the things that people like to blame the China side of the community for, the English side of the community, are also like have the same behavioral patterns in gacha games. I've seen. The difference is just the level of scale. Because gacha games are more of a big thing. in China in general, compared to in the Western gaming industry. So they killed Nefer for free to play now completely. I wouldn't say killed, because again, my original point that I started the stream with, in case you missed, my original point that I started with, is, now that more people have joined, is if you do not have an intuitive grasp for what the effect of 100 EM will be for you for Nefer, for whatever your state of your account is, with or without Llama, against a given form of content, right? If you do not have an intuitive grasp, like when you select an 80 EM card in Abyss, if you select an 80 EM card in Abyss, if you do not have an intuitive grasp for what that 80 EM card does, the 100 EM buff probably does not matter to you. Right? It probably does not matter to you. Yes, 100 EM is a lot, but my point, if you don't understand what it does for you, it probably doesn't matter. Right? But the people it's most likely to potentially be noticeable for, the point at which it is most likely to result in a damage breakpoint difference, where you will notice it, is the people without Llama. And that's ass. That's the number one thing that's ass about it. So, hence my whole point with, I think it would have been better to redo, to change Llama. Change Llama's passive, because she has one passive that literally basically only benefits Nefer, or if you do holy Llama stuff like I did the short on or whatever. But again, they could change Llama's passive to only benefit her and not benefit Nefer, and then they could have kept more of the power budget in Nefer's kit. Anyways. So that's my take on Nefer. And again, I said this before, I strongly feel the Nefer nerf is something that is so she seemed to be, we ignore the anomaly that is Moika, by the way. She seemed, I don't know, pull him on the account, I think. She seemed to be at Skirk power levels, but at lower investment, right? So, like 4-star plus flex slot for 4-star plus 1 C0 5-star rather than 2 C0 5-stars put her at Skirk level. Mind you, that was like with gameplay optimization that everyone wasn't going to do, and on top of that, that's not factoring in the fact that Skirk herself has gameplay optimization that actually puts her above the same like 120k DPS level that we're talking about. But anyways, the point is, like, my assumption is her already being at Skirk levels before Colombina release is actually a balance concern. On an overall balance level for what like the highest damage potential is, I'm not against the nerf. I don't actually think it matters. I think it's very likely that Colombina will have a kit, something around like this, where she will count the teammates in the team. So if you have a team full of 2 Dendro units, she, like, let's say Colombina buffs EM by, I don't know if this would be too much. I'm not going to run a spreadsheet on this. Go ask Jeff. But let's say she buffs 200 EM for every Dendro unit on the team. If you have Colombina plus Llama plus Nefer, that's 400 EM. Well, I don't know if you noticed, but 400 EM is more than 100. Plus whatever damage that like Colombina would do in that hypothetical. So, because I'm sure her kit is more nuanced than just get buff. So like Colombina is very likely, I think the safe assumption is going to be a damage upgrade for most non-cry teams. So Nefer, Influence, and whatever. So yeah. I think on a meta level, it doesn't matter at all, basically, is my vibe. I think this is clearly just a future balancing situation. Nerf might not even be a real thing, hasn't been confirmed. It is a real thing. Anyways. Look, I'll give you Untold 10. I'll give you a $50 top up. If it's not, I'll give you that. So you can come back to me tomorrow. I will give you a $50 top up. Specifically Untold 10, not everyone. I'm not insane. If the leak is, if it's not real, it is real. This is from preload data from the live version of the game, by the way. Like, it's but you know what? If I'll give you the top though, if it ends up actually she is 200 EM. You mean the day after tomorrow? No, because I don't know if you knew this. Days begin at different times for different people on the planet because we humans are weird and we created a thing called time zones. I mean, it's not that weird. Because even if we didn't create time zones, the shadow of the the night and day begins at different times for different people. So the day begins at different times for different people, but the patch goes live at the same time universally for different people. And for me, it actually goes live in the evening. So anyways, imagine they revert it. Yes, I mean, if she does have 200 EM when live and I owe untold $50, a $50 top up, then then it's probably because there was enough negative reaction to it that Hoyoverse is just, because I have seen some posts from like the China community blowing up. I like I like how they get upset about everything. Whatever. People get upset at everything for any reason. So I don't know. Maybe there will be enough upset in the community that Hoyo's just like, all right, let's just let Nefer be overpowered, more powerful than we wanted. Like, there's a chance. But yeah, if it doesn't come to live, it's probably not because it's not in the live version. It's probably because they choose to revert it right before the patch actually goes live. Like maybe they're having a meeting at Hoyoverse right now being like, ugh, do we need to keep this buff or not? How much does it actually matter if we could give a shit about game balance? Oh, we don't care about game balance anymore? Just revert it. Just go back to 200. But no, I don't think they will, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't actually matter that much, other than for the players who don't have Llama. But I don't know. And you could argue that the players who don't have Llama were already gonna really feel not having Llama anyways. So I don't know. But I can tell you, not having Llama is not gonna be that big a deal, at least for the temporarily. So, anyways, I want the China community to say, Matt. Yeah. Anywho's, yeah, I think the Maiden Blessing will be your passive hit. Yeah, I think it's very likely. So let's talk about all the other more interesting things. So yeah, that was way too long of a yap about something that at the end of the day, in my opinion, doesn't matter that much. I really don't think it does. The only reason I got as annoyed as I did was people distracting me with the random things about laws and BS. Issue wasn't the nerf, is how last minute was. Yeah, I said I don't like how they went about it. I didn't say I like how they went about it. I'm just saying I don't think it actually matters. Yeah, I do think Colombina's kit is probably going to be something weird like this. Not like exactly like this, just some mix of gives different buffs depending on party composition. That's my vibe. Or unless they end up wanting Colombina to be hyper restrictive and only relevant to not cry teams, but I don't think they want to do that. I'd be surprised. Because the reason I'd be surprised is because we don't actually have any real confirmation. Like they're probably gonna release more like non-cry main DPSs than Flint's and Nefer, right? But we know that there's like a bunch of non-cry characters coming out this year, right? That so I don't think they're going to release Colombina and she's only relevant for Nefer and Flint's, right? Or and then Nefa. So we'll see. I'd be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if she specifically buffs non-cry units more than she buffs other units, but I would be surprised if she only buffs non-cry units. That's all. I noticed a severe lack of Lanyan. Oh yeah, I guess I should talk about that. The banners. Yaoyao, Kale, and Xingqiu. So Yaoyao is here because they needed a healer to throw with Frina, sure. And then they're pretending that Yaoyao has synergy with Nefer. Which she does if you really need a defensive utility option and you don't have one of the other compelling defensive utility options. Xingqiu is fine. My hot take is that they should have reran Aino. My hot take is they should have reran Aino instead of putting Xingqiu there. But at the same time, I don't know. He's still a relevant character for a lot of people to get for various reasons. Even if power creep has gone the way it has and has made him technically less and less gooder over time. They need to rerun him fairly regularly, and that's a good thing. So I think he's fine. They needed to put a Hydra unit on the banner to make Nefer's kit usable. It's better than Barbara, right? So yeah. And then there's the radish, the Yao Yao, the Yue. She's a perfectly fine character, but Dendro damage bonus doesn't do anything for Nefer. This is just more Dendro application. This is EM only for Yao Yao. So like this is a Nilou, only relevant in Nilou team constellation, and even they're not that relevant. This is an interesting, weird constellation that's not super relevant, but also can be. Like I found it relevant on polearms only, but only really in a niche way. And that's on a polearm only account where I'm really limited for Dendro options. So I don't know. Yao's kit has, and she doesn't use stamina, by the way. In case you're like, oh, what about stamina refunding from C1? No, she doesn't. She doesn't use stamina when she does her treasure attacks. So yeah, she's there. I don't know. She's not technically the worst option, I guess. Technically, you get more Dendro particles, so you can do 3 charge attacks, burst 3 charge attacks playstyle with dash cancels. I guess. But yeah. Lanyan, unironically, I think would have been a better inclusion than Yao Yao to more players. Because Lanyan has, I would argue Lanyan has stronger synergy with Nefer than Yao Yao. Because C4 Lanyan buffs EM. Hey, C4, do I have Lanyan in this account? I do. C4 Lanyan buffs EM, that's not constellations, buffs EM by 60. That's 2/3 of the nerf. Hey guys, I found where 2/3 of the nerf went. It went to Arlecchino's banner. Anyways, I'm slightly sad about that. It kind of F's me over as far as polling plans go, because I do want Nefer. I think she'll be fun, but I also want Lanyan C6, so I don't know. We might have to grind to try to earn Lanyan C6, then I might have to cave and spend money, because I don't know. And the reason why is because I might need, I think I'd rather, if I have to spend money for Lanyan, one of my favorites, whatever. You can, if I have to spend money for Lanyan and people call my Lanyan a whale Lanyan, that's fine. Whatever. What I would rather have is, you know, I'd rather acquire new characters without having to spend money. So, yeah. Lantern Rite gives 1 free copy? Yes. But you're implying that I would have to wait until Lantern Rite. That's like 2 months. That's 3 months. Actually, not 2 months. It's like, wait, when does the banner come out? The banner is going to come out like a month from now, or 3 weeks from now. So yeah, it's about 2 months. You're telling me I have to wait 2 months for C6 Lanyan, and I still have to pull 2 copies? Like, I had to wait so long for C6 Lanyan already. Anyways, more importantly, things to talk about. Why did this give an exclamation point? Oh, because it's a new week. Yeah, duh. Derp. Durin. Actually, let's talk about Yehodaverse. Yehoda, she's a 4-star, which is good. Because she has moon sign. As dumb as it is, that technically with how they're designing enemies, with you need to do double the DPS against these enemies to kill them if you don't do double non-cry. It means the number one thing that's important about Yehoda is that she's animo. That means she's good, or means that she can be good in a buffing level, even if she had a bad kit. If she doesn't have a bad kit, it seems like she has a pretty decent kit. But then being animo plus being non-cry just immediately makes her pretty good, because Yehoda is, if you do Ino Sucrose combo with only Ino as the only non-cry unit against the Wild Hunt enemies, versus Yehoda, Yehoda could do nothing other than just swirl your element, and that's it. Just swirl and count as non-cry, and she would be 10 times better than Sucrose, because that's how these enemies are designed. She does more than that, though. I don't know exactly how good she'll be, to be clear. I only read through her kit very briefly. This is very, very first impressions of seeing some animations and my vibe check of her kit. So what the specific questions that I'd say I can't answer right now is how relevant is her personal damage contribution going to be? I don't know. I don't exactly know how relevant it is going to be to build her just full support. I don't know how relevant it's going to be build damage on her. I'm not going to be able to answer specifics like that right now. I think she will have enough multiplier damage to be worth building some damage on. And a number of parts of her kit seem to be focused on that. But I so badly wish this was my main account right now. This is the dream piece for my Nefer. My like current feathers for I have an off-piece feather on a Nefer right now, actually. Okay. I don't know what I'd do with this. Something is the answer, but anyways, that's we'll level it up. Don't worry. Sorry. That's a potential. Wait, as far as building Yehoda for damage goes, that's a potential perfect piece because she does attack scaling damage. She has some like elemental conversion shtick, in the same vein as. Oh, I forgot it was a new week, by the way. I should have. Oh, whatever. That's not that big a deal on this account. Will Durin get a new set? I feel like there's a very good chance that Durin gets a new artifact set. We haven't heard anything yet, but so there's a good chance it's not in the next patch. It might be in like version 6.3. Version 6.3 might come out with like a hexadecimal oriented set and a Varka oriented set. I don't know. So yeah, like actually, yeah, Yehoda seems to be Lynette, but good. Sorry. That's kind of the overall vibe. She gives 100 EM buff, by the way, to the on-fielder. And then if you have C6, she gives 50 CV, so 5% crit rate and 40% crit damage to non-cry units specifically. AKA Flynn's and Nefer for now is the main relevant case. But Animo, she doesn't do Dendro Swirl. I know we had my hopeful kit where I was like, hey, maybe Yehoda has a kit that enables Dendro Swirls. That could have been super cool. She doesn't do that. She's basically in the Lynette but non-cry edition, but also has I think more multiplier damage and a little bit more utility because of that and more buffing potential. So 50 CV, isn't that a lot? Yes, but in the context of Nefer, it doesn't necessarily matter, it seems like. I didn't hang around for Zajaf doing a whole bunch of calcs, but one thing he did do really quickly that I saw is he went and threw in 50 CV into his, like, Nefer calc sheet, like, because he had, like, preset sheet for calcing, like, with Sucrose. So we just removed the EM buff from Sucrose and then put in the 50 CV, and it wasn't better. Like, it was like a side grade, it seems like. So that kind of means that most likely for Flynn's, I don't know why I went to Flynn's, but most likely for Flynn's, with C6, then probably, you know, Flynn's best team is going to include a C6 Yehoda. So, anyways, she heals. Yes, that is a factor. She heals. So I don't know. Like C6 Yehoda is a relevant teammate for Nefer, being a defensive utility unit for sure. And being that the last slot is relatively flexible, a lot of people might want to do it. So yeah, she seems like Lynette, but she heals. I don't know exactly how she heals, by the way, right now. I don't know if it's team-wide. I don't think it is, but it might be. So that's obviously relevant for Farina team pairing utility. If she is a compelling unit for Farina, that's potentially really valuable because C0, if she can be a compelling healer for Farina at C0 and then also give 100 EM at C0 and count as a Nod Cry unit, like, that's pretty good. But we'll see. Just being able to do VV plus 100 EM buff and heal at a baseline is pretty good. And then She seems to have a Kazuha style level of utility in her burst, which is kind of like Lynette too. But I think it's a little bit more useful because it seems like it's easier. Well, I don't know. This is a guess, but Kazuha style burst, where like people, you know, how if you've seen people use Kazuha's burst for elemental application off field, right? Because he does an infusion, he does his elemental conversion for damage, and then he does, you know, application. He can do aggravates off field even, right, and whatever. Yehoda has that, but doesn't require a 5-star burst animation. And yeah, how relevant the damage is on it, how relevant you build crit on her versus EM for maximizing her damage in the burst infusion context, I don't know. But Yehoda seems like a pretty normal design formula for Anemo supports basically for them. But she like buffs slightly, she buffs less EM than Sucrose, except she heals. And she counts as a non-cry character. And then, but she's more useful from like a burst infusion standpoint as well. So, you know, I will say it. I think Yehoda is better than Kazuha. Sorry. Not always, not universally. She doesn't have the grouping. But I'm sorry. Oh, her burst follows the character too? I didn't even realize that. I missed that detail. That's actually pretty important. I will say I am of the opinion I think Lynette is better than Kazuha. Or Lynette. No, sorry. Brain derp. I think Yehoda is probably better than Kazuha. But it doesn't change that Kazuha's main relevant context for team building has largely been, at this point, for grouping utility, which can be very, very useful in practice and will make him situationally much better than Yehoda. So, but yeah. Even with Yehoda for Flynn's, would Ino still be best in slot Hydro? Yes. Because, well, I mean, Ino C0? No, not necessarily. But Ino C1, I think yes. Ino C6, definitely yes. But she's definitely going... Ino is definitely going to be replaced as the best in slot Hydro when Colombina comes out. So, yeah. Anyways, she's good, but she's like generic animo utility good, being like just does a couple minor things different than like existing animo units do, but she's 4-star, yeah, burst following you with a burst infusion for elemental application. She can be an off-field pyro player. She's a good character. I like her. I like her kit. I have no crazy complaints, other than I don't really vibe with the C6 that much. I don't really think we needed a C6 4-star. Particularly since I assume... Actually, who knows? But I assume she's hopefully running on Durin banner. It's a dick move that they don't run on Durin banner, at least. But this means, like... So her C6 buffs... It's 50 CV for non-cry characters. And I don't know if it's active character. I didn't double check that. If it's only active character, that makes it a bit worse. If it's all characters in the team, that actually is potentially meaningful from a context of buffing an Nefa. But like 50 CV for all non-cry characters is kind of lame. Especially because like really you're releasing the 4-star that has a non-cry 50 CV buff on a non-cry banner? Like you're not being released with Nefer, not being released with Colombina, not being released with Flynn's, and I presume that wait, maybe a Nefer reruns. Maybe a Nefa reruns, and they put Yehoda on her banner. That'd be a dub for a lot of people, I guess. That'd be a pretty quick rerun for a Nefa, but would be maybe a good thing for them to do. It is the whole party, okay. Yeah, well, the fact that this whole party makes it quite a bit better in my mind. It makes me want it more because I like a Nefa. So, anyways. No, it's just been one patch, bro. I mean, we're talking about version 6.2. That would be 3 patches. 1, 2, 3. 5.8, 6.0, 6.1, 6.2. 1, 2, 3. That'd be 3 patches. So, anyways, I don't know exactly how relevant her constellations are. She has a passive that counts the team composition, and there's a chest over here. She has a passive that counts the team composition and does a couple different things, specifically a Pyro Hydro Cryo Electros. I really needed to do setup for that. It was very important. So, I believe Electro increases the... I forgot. I don't know. Electro does something relevant. Pyro does something relevant. I think Hydro does something relevant. Cryo doesn't do anything relevant, I believe. Because Cryo was like increases the frequency of her attacks by like 10%, but 10% is way too small. Anyways, that's all details that like those specific details might change. It doesn't do anything crazy for her other than just increase her utility a little bit. It's basically just a type of passive that is like a changes the utility of her like off-field application kind of thing. Pyro more damage, Hydro heals more. There you go. Electro adds another spinny thing. Yeah. Oh yeah. The Electro might be interesting and potentially relevant for more elemental application. So we shall see. We shall see. It's an interesting passive. I like it. And then again, that's what I was kind of talking about with what is over here. With what? Oh yeah, Candace's VA got recast, by the way. I'm so used to hearing Candace's voice lines, by the way. It's gonna F with me. I'll talk about it. Don't worry, I'll talk about it.
Yield! Flee! Do your worst! Pin them down! Ha! You're exposed!
Those ones in particular, and then also my favorite line from her.
I am right by your side. But if you're still nervous, just take my hand.
No, I don't know. She's got such a nice sounding voice, but why was she recast? I don't feel like re-bringing up the stupid VA drama from whatever ago. But I believe the VA had like a Twitter crash out and basically quit. That's the answer. But yeah, anyways. They change all voice lines. I mean, I assume they're going to change all voice lines. That's what they've done for previous recasts, so I don't know. I haven't heard the new one, so maybe I'll like the new voice actor better. I'm just saying. I am a rare player who actually uses Candace a lot, so I'm very used to hearing her. I'll be maybe distraught temporarily until I get used to the new voice. We'll see. Anyways. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, wait, let's talk about Durin. Actually, sorry, before we talk about Durin. We can't not level up God Tier Feather. All high rolls. What's the prediction? What's the prediction? My prediction... 35 crit value with about 10% attack and 10% ER. That's double mineral crit rate, bruh. But I love when we have a high roll on crit, by the way, and a low roll, so shit, it looks like it's just all low rolls. I think I nailed my prediction. What the fuck, though? The freaking 8.9 crit rate, bruh. How that does? Oh my god, I hate roll variation. Whatever. Times 2 plus 14.8. That's 33 CV, bruh. 3 crit rolls and only 33 CV with double high roll start is brutal. But anyways, I nailed it. Nailed it. Mixed bag of edges? Honestly, no, it's a great artifact. Only thing that's weird is I already kind of had... I already kind of had that artifact. it's just variant of that artifact. I can get rid of this now, I guess. This is kind of pointless. So, yeah, I'll take it. I would have loved this, by the way, on my main account. But oh well. Alas. Such is life. Let's go on to my main account. Do daily is there, and we'll talk about Durin, because we got Durin's a lot. Also, with Durin, a really weird part of trying to evaluate Durin right now is also there is old character buffs that come with him. Not come with him. You don't need him to get the buffs, I should stipulate. But some of the buffs, and I don't know exactly what amount of the buffs, do require pairing 2 Hexen Circle characters together to get the buffs. or to get the full utility, not to get the buffs at all. Like there are some buffs that are just buffs straight out, and you apparently have to do a quest to unlock them. And then there's some buffs that aren't. So, anyways, insane rainbow piece. Yeah, no, that's a great artifact. That's like that's a really really good artifact, and is a very good stat balance. I have no complaints about that artifact other than frick you for double mineral and crit rate. Like I want to. So for reference, that could let's say it max rolled crit rate twice, 3.9 plus 3.9 plus 3.5. That could have had 11.3 crit rate. So that could have been a 37.4 CB. We basically lost a minimum roll of crit because it minimum rolled crit twice. Lame. Anyways. Was there new info that's more accurate on what? On the buffs? Yeah, I don't know. There might be. I gotta take a peek, see if I need. Why did it say there's a new star glitter? Apparently I might have gone to masterless, zero masterless star glitter at some point when wishing for flins. That's the only reason it should say new. Anyways. Durin official Chev excites me the most. Yeah. The Durin Chev combo for official teams. Sorry. Durin official combo for Chevers teams is potentially going to be quite strong. So we got some like Chevers buffs. Honestly, I actually do strongly feel that the #1 winner for what Durin's kit is and the other buffs might be Chevers teams, because Chevers teams were already really strong and versatile at a baseline for being able to adapt to different kinds of content, even really chill content, such that them like Chevers gaining even more potential team options for even more buff potential in the teams is just all right. Sure, yeah, why not? But anyways, let's go to my main account. Have a turtle. I'm gonna take a drink. Also, I gotta eat part of my cheesesteak before it dries out and becomes gross. Nom, 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 nom. That's the sound of eating too. Nom, 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 nom. Aren't we still on 6.0? Yeah, this usually happens where we get kits though. The day before. Or not the day before. We usually get it either the day of or the day before. So the one thing that's abnormal is that we're getting them a day before we normally do. Normally we don't get them the day before. Normally we get them the day of the patch resetting. But otherwise it's pretty much normal though, other than minorly early. What do I need to spend my resin on? Bosses, I think, for one. I probably do I want to farm this? Oh, you can farm this today. Oh, okay. What is this? Oh yay. Sure, we'll farm this once. I don't know if I'm gonna crown her burst ever, but I might. So no new map in 6.2? Yeah, most likely. Which is unfortunate. But yeah, so Durin's kit. Oh boy. So his burst does 2 forms. One form does more damage, and then when you use that form, he has a passive that increases his vaporize and melt damage by 40%, which is interesting. So it's just a personal damage increase, not vaporize melt increase for other characters. And then his other passive in his lower damage form, and I believe the forms do, it's either like single target pyro application or AoE pyro application in different forms. And I know it follows your character around. His burst cost is 70. The duration is like 20 seconds, which is actually bad for potential reaction setups for some team archetypes. But very high duration, 18-second cooldown. 70 burst cost sounds high, except for his... I don't remember where this is in his kit, but his kit has 33 energy refund. So basically I don't understand why he has 33 energy refund with a 70 cost burst. I think the only reason is because there's a really... This is one of the like few things that has been, I think, very, very consistent. I don't know if there's any exception to this rule other than Raiden's kit, where whatever the burst cost of a character is... I remove the YouTube chat again. Whatever the burst cost of a character is tied to what their cooldown is. So that might be why he has a 70 burst cost with a whole ton of energy refunding. Scale has energy refund. Yeah. So how can we offset the Nefer nerf? I mean, you don't. Whatever artifacts you had before, you have now, and she does slightly less damage now. It'll be fine. Do you have Llama? You might notice it if you don't have Llama. If you do have Llama, I maintain that I think basically nobody will notice it. Anyways, 60. So like, yeah, 60 energy cost is always like that cooldown, right? 50 energy cost is always 13.5 seconds. I believe like Nahid is the same, for example, right? Yeah, 50 energy cost, 13.5 seconds. Who has a 40 energy cost? Does Kaching? Yeah, Kaching is 40, is a 12-second cooldown. I don't think there's anyone less than that. Well, okay, technically Skirk doesn't have energy cost. So when they make characters not have energy costs, they can do whatever the hell they damn well please. So yeah, but the general rule is other than Raiden, right? Whatever a character's burst cost is tied to whatever their cooldown is. But Raiden's the one exception with a 90 energy cost would normally be Yai also has a 90 energy cost, would normally be a 22-second cooldown. So Raiden is the one exception. And the only exception as far as I recall. I could be wrong though if anyone as an example otherwise. And that's a good thing because my god, Raiden would not need a 22-second force rotations. That would be so bad. But yeah, that's my thinking is for some reason they didn't want to change that, right? They didn't want to make Durin have a 18-second cooldown but a lower burst cost. So they gave him a higher burst cost with 33 energy refunding. So his burst cost is essentially trivial. Like it's going to be very easy to get his energy back. Should be. I don't know what his energy generation looks like personally, but like that's not to say he has 0 energy needs. I know. For what it's worth, you know. I know has a 50 energy cost, and I have 230 ER in my I know. But that's because of like Stygian Onslaught weirdness, and I don't. So there might be reasons still to build some energy on him. To be clear, it's just going to depend on the team comp a little bit because he's going to be a relatively versatile unit. Isn't Flynn's? Or does Flynn's not have the match? What is Flynn's energy cost? I thought Flynn's is 80, so he should be a 20-second cooldown, right? I don't have Flynn's. What I'm doing. It should be 20. Yeah, 80-20. Yep, that's the same. That should be. So yeah, 70-18. Yep, yeah. So it's always it's 70-18. Yeah. So yeah, functionally has a 37. Wait, yes, 37 energy cost. And that is good. It's good. His burst, you have to use his burst animation to get off-field pyro, which I don't love personally, but oh well. He's still going to be... He is very much Shungling Pro Max, is what I would describe him as. Even if he doesn't give Red Shred for pyro, or... Sorry, he gives Red Shred for pyro. Even if he doesn't give Red Shred for Hydro or Cryo. So the main thing that's like slightly confusing is I don't understand why he doesn't give Cryo Red Shred, because it's not like 20% Cryo Red Shred would have made Melt Ganyu too strong or Melt Risley too strong. Like they really could have appreciated it. But arguably it doesn't matter because his burst duration being 20 seconds, so he's a longer burst duration than his cooldown. His burst duration being 20 seconds probably would have cooked the like rotation setups if you for getting buffs properly anyways. I've encountered that issue with I have Moika C1. I've encountered that issue with trying to do setups with Moika C1 because this makes her skill last 18 seconds. And so Durin's burst lasts 2 seconds longer than that. Does he also have a 25% attack buff too? Does he? Oh, I missed that. Does cooldown make him unplayable with Mualani? Yeah, like it might cause problems with Mualani. So this has caused problems with Mualani before, the C1 Moika. C1 Moika, though, at least actually does have a method of shortening her skill application duration. you just like do a, because her skill duration is tied to her Night Soul consumption. So she has to have Night Soul, and the reason C1 allows her skill to last a lot longer is because, so hit more, is because she gets more total Night Soul, and she also gains it more efficiently. So you can see it's going down relatively slowly. But if I want to, so then her skill would keep on hitting every 2 seconds until this goes to 0, right? We don't have any enemies around us, but if I wanted to have less uptime, so not cause problems for like reaction setups for Mualani, all I have to do is go and do it like a dash on her. Usually you can see that a dash uses 40 Night Soul really quickly, and then her skill will end sooner. Durin, as far as I understand right now, doesn't have any way to shorten his application uptime. So yeah, that kind of might cook him for utility for Mualani, for proper reaction setups. And but it might be good anyways. So I don't know. Like it kind of seems like he doesn't have Hydro Res Shred specifically in part because they didn't want to like make him too strong with Mualani or Nubilette. But it also seems like he does enough damage that he's going to be a Nubilette buff anyways for team DPS. But we'll see. That's very much a vibe check. There's unknowns about his kit for ICD. Whether he snapshots could be a big deal. Yada yada. We don't know exactly. We haven't like properly thought through how clunky his gameplay is. It's just very much vibe check based on the multipliers we have. Seems like he's going to be strong for Nubilette even without having Hydro Red Shred, right? So yeah, doing work as a Pyro and a Risley Burn Melt team. For Burn Melt, since you're not doing reaction setups for Burn Melt, generally speaking, anyways, because of the burning. Yes. And he will buff Mualani, or buff Mualani. He will buff your Emily's damage, on top of his own personal damage. So, yeah, Durin. The point with this basically is like Durin might become a new wheelchair option, I guess is the way to think about it. In that Durin plus insert other characters that do some amount of buffing or damage themselves will be enough DPS to clear you through Abyss kind of thing, assuming you meet shield conditions. Or you can bypass shield conditions by brute forcing. Where'd you get this info? It's, you know, if you go look up Durin Kit, you'll find it somewhere. Where did it come from originally? I don't know, probably Telegram. So yeah, but the real interesting thing with Durin, so 20% red shred for either for Pyro, and then any Pyro associated reaction after you trigger the reaction on the, I don't know if the reaction has to happen on the enemy or it just has to happen in general, actually. That might be a nuance that matters. If the reaction has to happen on the enemy, that might actually be really awkward for like as enemies spawn newly and whatever. So I'm not sure how the buff transitions to new waves or how consistent it'll be to get the buff in multiple enemy situations. So that might be a factor, but anyways. So burning, so he should be a Kinich buff. I'm fairly certain. Kinich wants to do 18-second rotations anyways. So that's good. You might be like, oh, Deepwood Muika is optimal in Kinich teams, technically. Is Deepwood Durin going to be optimal? Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. Personally, I would still, I mean, so I have a Reverie set for my Emily, and it's like not a very, it's a decent Reverie set. Like, this is a good piece. But there was a Stygian where I was struggling to clear with Deepwood on Muika, Emily on Reverie with Kinich, and then I put Emily back to Deepwood and put Muika on Tenacity, and I cleared like really quickly. So, and right now there's not really a good set for Durin, yeah, because like Emblem isn't very, he's doing all burst damage, and like Emblem isn't very good for him. I don't know how much damage he does in a burning team context, by the way, and like how important his damage contribution is. Yeah, there's a very good chance Tenacity, or sorry, not Tenacity, like Noblesse. He doesn't do skill damage off field. You wouldn't use Tenacity on him. But like Noblesse might be best on him. Keep Deepwood on Emily, I don't know, or you put Deepwood on him, Reverie on Emily. Depends on your builds. Yada yada. It's that whole shtick. So Noblesse, Deepwood, with 2 nod cries in the team. Maybe you put Serenade on him. I don't know. Maybe you put like he's not gonna have a universal damage set right now. It seems like he's probably gonna get a dedicated set, is my guess, which is gonna be kind of interesting. I hope, because sorry, my brain is wait. I was like. Dia does do burst damage. This artifact set has awkwardness. It has awkward. I think this artifact set is interesting. It has awkwardness though. I don't know. We'll see. I think it's very likely. But we don't really have a burst damage buffing set. That's that good. If you have a character that doesn't have super high energy needs. And you might be like, Strimmer, Dia does have high energy needs. Not if you play Overvape Dia, or if you have C6 Dia, or sorry, C4 Dia, whatever. So, anyways. What is Yehoda's kit? She's like Lynette, but good. By Lynette, but good, I mean like better than Kazuha a lot of the times. So, and might be the first animo unit that has relevance to actually build them for their damage they deal for their infusion damage off field. Might. Durin good for Arlecchino Overload. That one's a weird one. Again, I don't know how. So Arlecchino Overload, right? If we're looking at Arlecchino, Bennett, Fischl, Chevreuse right now. Well, you need off-field Electro, so you don't replace Chevreuse. So you replace Bennett. So you're exchanging Bennett buff for 20% Res Shred. You enable Hexen Circle, which actually makes Fischl buff more. Gives it like, so you get Fischl attack buff, you get Durin's damage. Right? So yes, but we're talking taking Bennett out. I think there might be some interesting nuance though to really min-max gameplay, because something some people forget sometimes is Arlecchino can be swapped out, right? So you can do, get this freaking lady out of my face. You can do.
Got a job for me?
I don't have an overload team preset. Wow. Okay. Oh, I do. You can do Arlecchino.
No need to fret.
You need Electro, right? If you need to have overload. So Chevreuse kit. You need to have overload triggered every 6 seconds on the enemy to keep up the Res Shred, right? So what if instead, losing the attack buffer, you can still have attack buffing, and you can put Durin in the team. The setups for this might be clunky as hell, by the way. So I don't actually know this is going to work very well. I want to emphasize this might not work very well at all. But it's an idea in my head. We're suggesting on top of the like Bennett is appealing from replacing Bennett is appealing from a level of Bennett can be really awkward sometimes because circle impact and enemies get knocked around, whatever, it just depends on the situation. Good for Navia stuff, yes. He should give 20% Res Shred for Navia. Again, I'm really not sure what his damage looks like when you're doing Res Shred buffing for him. So sorry. So anyways, the team would be, pretend this is Durin here, right?
Time to get down to business.
Pretend this is Durin. You play Eon Son. Why can this work? Can you keep up the overload Res Shred? Yes, you can. Because you can swap off of Arlecchino. Zajeff's currently calcing Lini, Chevy, Durin, Fischl. Nice. Yeah, he should be a Lini buff. I have to imagine he's a Lini buff. I'd be surprised if not. But in general, though, I think the point of thinking about this and things like Lenny there is that, yeah, Durin is probably going to do enough in Chever's team context that it's a strong consideration to maybe actually use him over the attack buffer. So, yeah. Anyways, so the setup would have to be something like this. This, we get Electro, you trigger a reaction with Durin, do Durin Burst here, do Chevris, and then you do Arlecchino. But then you have to like switch back, do an overload again, and then, yeah. So it's gonna be sus as hell, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, it'll be sus, but I think the setup works there. Right? I got Scroll Buff, he had Electro on, and then I could trigger a reaction with Dia, so that'd be Durin instead. Durin would get the Red Shred going. You get Durin application going, do Chevris buff, whatever, and then go back. The bigger problem is that starting with Eons on means you are losing quite a bit of uptime, potentially, on like Eons on Night Soul points. And I don't think Durin moves much when you do his like skill burst combo or anything. So I'm not going to say it's going to be something that's extremely compelling strongly, but I'm just saying there is the possibility of still actually using an attack buffer and keeping up the buffs properly with Durin and Arlecchino together, since that's what the question was. But the most compelling alternative for most people would probably just be a non-attack buffer team. So you'd have Durin, Chevris, and then you use Fischl, right? And so the team DPS damage distribution would be much more balanced between Arlecchino, Durin, and Fischl, right? And Fischl, when you're doing 2 Hex and Circle characters in her kit, is going to buff, I forgot what it was. I think it's like almost a 20% attack buff in Fischl, from Fischl. Right, brain can't work. And if Durin's damage is relevant enough, I feel like Tenacity Fischl is probably best in slot there, by the way. Sorry, even with Fischl's damage being relevant there. 22.5%, yeah. So that's interesting, right? And it definitely is going to give Chevra's team formats a lot more versatility. It's more of an obvious, Durin is going to be more of an obvious upgrade for Electro on-fielders.
I brought my own stash.
Right? So, oops, I didn't need to, we're using Dia as placeholder Durin.
Time to get down to business.
So for Varessa, Muika is the current best in slot. I'm fairly certain that 20% Red Shred and whatever damage Durin provides should be better for Varessa's damage. And this also should be the case, well, okay. Technically not the case for Raiden if you have a C1 Muika, probably because Muika's damage probably overshadows Raiden's without a C2 Raiden. But
Stay close.
let's be
and
real,
you'll live.
you're probably not playing Raiden Chevra's whatever off-field pyro or Muika. You're probably not playing Raiden Chevra's Eonson or Bennett plus Muika. I think most people aren't, because Muika's doesn't work properly there for bursting every rotation if you don't have Z1 Muika. Well, no, she does if you do Eonson, I guess. So maybe you are. I don't know. I don't think there's that many people doing that. Most people are probably playing Raiden, Chevrus, Bennett, Xiangling. Most people are probably doing that. So, yeah. Wait, Muika is still better in a Varessa team? Oh, that's cooked. Oh, that's cooked. Frick them. Well, whatever. Did he... Well, you know what? Okay, Zajeff's probably calcing at... I assume he's calcing at KQM standards. So, anyways, I don't know how Durin's... Again, I don't know how Durin's like damage performance, but if you want bigger number on Raiden, it would be better. But if it's not better with Varessa, then...
Will there be enough food? If not, I brought my own stash.
So, anyways. So, might be just relevant as an alternative, but also most people probably aren't playing Muika. Well, I don't know. Maybe most people are. I don't know how people are using Muika. I use Muika as a support, so like, unironically, the fact that I don't give two hoots about playing DPS Muika, like on-field DPS Muika, means that Durin has less value to me. I think it is worth mentioning that, right? So, yeah. I'm not sure. We'll see how the numbers work out. I don't think the numbers are getting too worth stressing out right now, because numbers are like the main thing that changes throughout the beta. I'm gonna go more off of team building value than just numbers, and Durin will be very valuable for different Chever's team formats on a team building value, and for Electro on-fielders especially should be valuable. But maybe slightly less valuable if you're in the same situation I am, where you have a C1 Muika, or you're playing a C0 Muika with Eons on in a Chever's team, I suppose. So yeah. But the real fun nuance of Durin's kit, where I think he starts to really shine, is with the other Hex and Circle buffs. Because, who is the list? So it is, the list we have right now is Fischl. So Fischl, again, I don't know exactly what the conditions, because some of these buffs you get regardless of having 2 Hex and Circle characters, some of the buffs you don't. I don't know the exact of all of them. But Fischl gets 22% attack if Overload is being triggered for the on-fielder, and I believe 80 EM if Lunar Charge or Electro Charge is being triggered. Sick. Yearly Fischl buff. We needed that. I mean, unironically, with how character kit balance has gone, I actually do think Fischl needed it. I actually am very happy about that, because the number one downside I was feeling for Nefer was like, I really like Fischl, but I'm using Fischl much less often. So yeah. And anyways, other characters though, you have other 4-star characters. So you have Sucrose, you have Razor. That was the only 4 stars. Sucrose, Razor, Fischl. Sucrose, Razor, Fischl, Mona, Albedo. Anyone else? It's 90 EM? My bad. Very big difference. Am I forgetting anyone? Venti. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's a character. And Klee. Oh yeah, and Klee. So sorry, I'm joking about Venti. Venti will actually be kind of interesting. Venti also might be becoming better than Kazuha. Maybe, I don't know. When I read through it, I wasn't quite sure. I wasn't quite sure that the Venti buff was a buff that only applies to him. Oh yeah, Venti supposedly is getting a new bow, which is really weird. So maybe the Venti buffs do apply to only him, like it's just a personal damage buff. So yeah, the wording we have on his is weird. It's unknown. If it is a buff that applies to the whole team and not just himself, he might become better than Kazuha. Rip. Rip Kazuha. Apparently Mihoyo's just decided Kazuha would delete the relevance of that character. Although arguably I think if anyone's going to be better than Kazuha, it maybe should be the Animarchon. So they're trying to make him a sub DPS. Yeah, it kind of seems like it. So it might be just personal damage focused. How much personal damage exactly, who the hell knows for Venti. Mona is kind of interesting in that her Omen buff, so she gets some like additional personal damage stuff, I think. But then her Omen buff can be extended by doing normal attacks on her, which is interesting, from either using Mona as a driver for things, or just doing an extra normal attack and extending extending her Omen buff duration to be able to actually last longer to do relevant damage with the buff. So Mona should be definitely becoming a better character, but not like so much better that's like, oh my gosh, Mona's incredible now or anything, right? Sucrose, from what I recall, is extremely minor. Like it's just a little bit more damage, like it's some damage bonus, which is like, well, I mean, Sucrose is already better than Kazuha basically, so why not make her more better? But it doesn't really have a crazy amount of implications. The bigger implication for Sucrose is that Sucrose is a Hex and Circles character, and to get some of these combinations of buffs, you need 2 Hex and Circle characters, which is, you know, Durin plus one of these other characters. Klee, I believe, is like just a significant damage increase, it seems like. We don't know exactly if it's damage bonus or if it's like multiplier. It said something like 150% charge attack damage or something, which might mean it's, you know, Skirk or, you know, Skirk style in her kit, where the wording kind of seemed like this, but it was like a sus translation thing, right? Where it's 100% of damage kind of thing. Or 150% of a damage. So Klee might have just gotten a significant DPS upgrade, which is cool. So they're all buffs that are like good, but probably not going to fundamentally change the character. I suspect, but if you like playing the character, will be just probably a good thing. But the ones that have an effect on a team building level are definitely probably Fischl, Sucrose, because she counts as Hex and Circle for like Sucrose Fischl combo, potentially pretty strong. And then Albedo, which I haven't talked about for a reason, because he's the best one. And then Durin, of course. I think are all the most relevant. And then Mona is interesting. I think Mona is not worth disregarding. I should not disregard Mona. Are all, I think, the most interesting ones on a team building level. Razor, I think, gets something like energy refunding or something, which theoretically is... Razor's probably the worst one, unfortunately. Why is Razor even in the list? Who the hell knows? So yeah. And Venti's is it depends on if it's just his personal damage or not, and how much personal damage it is. So those are all like... It depends on how much damage they actually deal. So... if it is just personal damage focused, I mean, even if it is buffing focused, honestly, I don't think I have any compelling desire to pull for Razor, or sorry, pull for Venti, just because there's too many other animal units that fulfill similar conditions. Like, I'm perfectly happy just, if I need an animal grouper, I'm perfectly happy using Kazuha still, right? I don't think I'll feel a need to get Venti. I gave Venti a shot. Look, I can't go for Venti. I don't think I can go for Venti. I'm not ever going to give him a chance. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to give him a chance. I don't care how good he is. I'm not going to give him a chance. I'll make a video. I can make a video on someone else's account. I refuse to give Venti a chance. I went to the Genshin Impact concert, and this is Venti, the musical bard twat.
Strength is one of those
Where did you... Oh, I forgot to bring YouTube chat back. This is Venti, the musical bard twat. I went to the Genshin Impact concert. This video's on my channel. Nobody watched it. I went to the Genshin Impact concert. They were playing Venti's song. Like, Venti was introduced on screen on the projector while they're playing, like, Mondstadt, whatever, Venti music. Venti came on screen. I got a 5-star. I pulled for a 5-star in this stupid video, like, recorded with my phone. At the Genshin Impact concert, while Venti appeared on screen, while they're doing, like, Mondstadt, and, like, there was also, like, really perfect, like, none of this, shush, yappy lady. It's my yapping time. This is like the most hardcore I feel like you can possibly go for, like, a wishing ritual, right? Is my point. And at the concert, the music, like, timing was perfect. Like, you can go watch the video. I did not edit the timing. The timing of the music happening for when the pulls happened was exactly as it happened in real life. And I got a 5-star. And you know what 5-star I got? When I was pulling for Venti at the Genshin concert, when the music timing was perfect, I got Mona, if I recall. It was a 50-50 loss, because I don't have Venti, I can tell you that. And you know what? If the frickin' Bard character is not gonna show up when I did that, I ain't giving him a chance. I am not giving him a chance. That is a sign of Venti is just never for me. I don't care what they do to his kit, okay? That's my take. But to be clear, am I down with making a Venti video on someone else's account? Yeah. I'll make a Venti video on someone else's account if it's interesting. You're literally butthurt over a gamble? I'm not butthurt. I'm saying that's a sign. I'm saying it's a sign. I'm a Venti hater? No, I'm saying Venti hates me. I attempted to get him, and he chose not to arrive. RNG is a sign? Yeah. F you. Sometimes I think gacha games are more fun if you embrace the RNG. Okay? I think gacha games can be a little bit more fun if you just embrace the RNG sometimes. And if a character doesn't show up, you let RNG be what RNG be, and you don't get the character. And sure, I could plan my resources around trying to pull for Venti the next time around. But don't hate him. You're the one that thinks I hate him. I don't hate Venti. I think his buffs could make him a cool character. Why do you think I hate the character? What's wrong with you? I don't hate the character. I think his kit didn't have much of a place in Genshin because he didn't do really anything unique for the content that was actually available to play him. But I have always said that Venti's problem was more of a content problem than it is Venti's kit problem. Why do you think I hate the character? I'm saying Venti clearly isn't for me. Wouldn't spending money be faster? Yeah. No, I don't want to spend money for him. Sorry. So if me not wanting to spend money for him means I don't like him or I hate him, sure, I hate him, I guess. I apologize. I don't vibe with him? No, he doesn't vibe with me. So anyways, the best I will ever give Venti is nothing, because I gave him everything. I gave him a chance. I gave him a chance, and he chose not to show up. Also, I already have an anima DPS. I like that's true. He can't beat Lanyan. Let's be real. It doesn't matter. He can't beat Lanyan. This is where the actual hate comes in, is that he's not Lanyan. No. I will actually. That's actually a funny. You know what? Bringing up Lanyan to compare like DPS Lanyan to the idea of Venti getting buffs that are completely oriented around his personal damage. I think Venti being buffed to the degree of how good Lanyan can be as a DPS is where Venti should be put. Okay, that's my take. I think Venti should have the personal damage potential of Lanyan. If Lanyan out damages, like if I go and make a video like with Venti buff, assuming the buffs are all personal damage oriented, and play Venti on someone else's account, and I feel like, wow, this is weaker than Lanyan, that's a failure in my mind. So yeah, but anyways, he gets a new bow, and the new bow is the most hilarious bow. It might be good on Farazon ? Maybe. But it mostly seems to be... I don't know how we acquire this new bow, by the way. Don't ask. It's a 5-star. Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Whale Lanya versus random Venti? No, the comparison would be hopefully to someone that max... I would try to find an account to play Venti on that had like a really good build option for him. So, anyways. Thought you had C5 Lanyan? No. I have C3 Lanyan. 2 copies of Lanyan took 200 pulls. I did enough pulls for Lanyan that I should have C6 Lanyan, but animal characters apparently dislike me. Anyways, new event bow. Also a Farazon bow. Also a Yoda bow if her damage is relevant enough, which it might be. Like some people are dismissing the event bow as... I only saw very surface level opinions on the event bow so far from the thread I read. Where's a bow boy? A bow boy. There's a bow boy. So like for what it's ER, it's 510 base attack, I believe, 45% ER substat. So higher base attack than Fab, a little bit less ER. I believe it's the same base stat as Fading Twilight. But then the passive is a bunch of attack. It's like 48% attack, which is a bunch. But it's probably worse than Harp, because Harp gives a bunch of crit value and is high base attack, but it doesn't give ER. So, I don't know. What character does it make sense on? Farazon, maybe Yoda, if her damage is relevant enough to use over just using a supportive-oriented weapon. So yeah, that'll be the question, is how much is the energy particles for other teammates relevant compared to more damage, right, from the unit. So I can tell you from personal experience, I don't think I'd use it on Farazon. I'd rather use Fab on Farazon. But it's not a terrible option to have. I'm not going to complain about it. It's basically an alternative to this, but probably less clunky, because this is kind of garbage. It's this but better. I think that's what it is. Could it be good and official? Yeah, it should be good and official. Sometimes people don't realize official does have energy needs. You do usually have to at least burst every other rotation on official, and you can have reason to burst every rotation on her. So yes, it could be good and official. So yeah, refine your harp for more official buff. It's true. I will probably do it, but I have chosen to wait to do it until I got like another harp, so I want to go straight to R5. But anyways,
I created another universe.
yeah, you did create the universe. Anyways, just checking my official artifacts. So yeah, it should be fine. Anyways, the team building implications of the Hex and Circle buffs are interesting. Albedo, by the way, I didn't talk about. So Albedo, I think is the one unit we know does some component of his buff. Like official, I don't know what component of her buff you can do without 2 Hex and Circles, but I know of the new buff. But Albedo without 2 Hex and Circles gives 12% damage bonus, and then I believe his skill little flower he summons gets resummoned if it breaks automatically. And yeah, that's pretty good. But if you do 2 Hexen Circles, he does 42% damage bonus. Yeah, an additional 30%. But I believe it's a little bit misleading to say that, because I think that extra 30% might only be for the Hexen Circle characters. E.g., if you do Albedo plus Durin, it's 30% damage bonus for Durin, not 30% damage bonus for Navia. I don't know, right? If you do, I don't know why you'd do Albedo Navia, but anyways, Albedo buffs EM at a baseline with his burst, and then can do decent damage, and then being able to do damage bonus on top of that, and like do 4-piece Petra. You know, like unironically, for some team context, Albedo is now really, really interesting. It's enough to make Albedo a much better character. So, yeah, it's quality of life, a little bit more buffing. Some of that buffing utility might be restricted to Hexen Circle units, but it's enough that, I don't know, maybe Albedo might become a best in slot unit for a lot of random team context, probably with Durin. But like, I don't know, Durin, Albedo, Alice plus Colombina might be Alice's best team. Prepare yourself from it. Run from it. It arrives all the same. So yeah, Durin's probably an Navia buff, because yeah, he can give Red Shred to everything but Hydro Cryo. So all the pyro related reactions other than Vape and Melt. So he can give Geo Red Shred, he can give Anima Red Shred. So oh yeah, that's actually interesting. He does give Anima Red Shred. So Durin might be the most interesting alternative possible for Bennett right now for Lanyon. So I don't think it's going to be better than Bennett, but we'll see. The problem is, again, I have to use Durin low damage mode to get the damage buff. So yeah, you might Albedo bench since Ito's going to be good. Actually, that's interesting. I don't know. Does Ito gain new relevant team options with? It's okay. Okay. To be honest, I think yes, because you can do Ito, Shilonen, Durin, Farina, probably. But I don't actually know if you do the Red Shred mode in that team. I feel like that might be a you do the damage mode, and it's just a wheelchair team. Like I think Durin for Ito might be another wheelchair team format, which ultimately is gonna be a lot of what Durin's gonna do for a lot of teams. So like whatever, you could argue the same as thing for Lanya might be the same situation. I don't know. We'll see. Did you rate his animations? I really like his normal attack animations. His burst animation is cool. I'm fine with it. I'd rather he be a 4-star. That didn't have to have that burst animation, but it's fine. Not that big a deal. He's restricted to 18 second rotations at fastest anyway, so I'm not really that worried about burst animation duration. It just is going to, if there's teams where I would consider playing Durin plus 2 other 5-stars that also want to use their burst animation, that's the kind of team where I would not like the fact that Durin has a 5-star burst animation, because that's just like 9 seconds of the team rotation spent in 5-star burst animation, right? I love wheelchair characters. Yeah, they tend to be fun, particularly at least when they're characters that do like interaction with other characters' kits. Like I don't really care for wheelchair characters. Like I'm sorry to Chiori, I don't really care for Chiori that much, because she doesn't really interact with other characters' kits in that interesting of a way. So yeah, how's Durin gonna be for Chaska? That's also a good question. Probably pretty good, I have to imagine. Like, as well, she's not. Well, okay, Durin's not gonna give Cryo or Hydro Resh right though. So maybe not actually that good. I don't know. Is she even a wheelchair? I mean, wheelchair was the term wheelchair was popularized by someone that made a video specifically with C1, Giori, and Shilonen together. So she is like where the original wheelchair came from, where you use Shilonen and Giori together and 2 pyro hydro cryo electros, and you are fine. I don't think that's really the case anymore quite as much, but yeah. Anyways. They need to buff Durin support mode, maybe. I would like if they did something up with the red shred. I'm not like 100% happy with this kit or anything. I think he has an interesting kit. The only reason I actually think he has a really interesting kit is because of the fact that they're also doing the Hex and Circle buffs with the other characters. So Durin Official Combo, Durin Sucrose, Durin Albedo, Durin Venti, maybe Durin Razor, I don't know, Durin Klee, I don't know. So OG wheelchair with Zhongli and Albedo, yeah, there you go. So, yeah. Durin, Chaska, and Nefa Hydro, yeah, maybe. That might be Chaska's new best team. We'll see. So yeah, I like his kit. I probably would be very meh on his kit. Like, I mean, I guess I kind of still am very meh on his kit. Like in a vacuum, I am meh on his kit. But characters don't exist in vacuums. They exist in conjunction with other characters. And on a team building level, I think Durin clearly has a very high team building value. And I am very fine with the idea of him having his modality where you either choose to buff more if you want bigger number, even if it's worse on a DPS level, to choose to like have him in buffing mode for if you want to play Raiden Chevers teams, right? If you want to do Raiden, Chevers, Bennett, Durin, you could either choose to get extra red shred for buffing Raiden more, or you could choose to have more personal damage from Durin, I believe is how it works. I don't know exactly how you choose between the modes, by the way, but whatever. I'm sure it's not that hard. And yay, but like, is it going to be better probably to do damage mode on Durin? Because Raiden pre-C2, at least, Raiden pre-C2 damage is like low enough that you'd rather have an additional good off-field damage dealer? Yeah, probably. But regardless of that,
This is gonna be fun.
maybe you just want to use Durin to get bigger damage on Raiden anyways. So like Durin, I guess my point is Durin feels like he might be a balanced character. Gasp. Some constellations are getting buff changed. Which ones? I can go check, I guess. Gasp. Durin might be balanced or incredibly broken still. I don't know exactly. Maybe something about him, his damage output is so absurdly broken that maybe it doesn't feel balanced. But yeah, I apologize. I apologize, everyone. We might be getting a balanced character who is balanced but still strong because of his relevance of being paired with other characters in the game, including old characters. What a crazy idea. I didn't know was possible. So, yeah. Anyways, main DPS Durin team, Bennett, Ino, C2, and Nefa did like 100k or something. Nice. That's not that surprising to me. That's good though, because I do like Bennett. Like, so the nicest thing about Durin's animations, I really like his little wings that like integrate into his cape. That was a really clever little design, subtle thing they did. What team was this before? Oh yeah, it was an overworld team with yeah. I really like what they did with his wings and being able to just normal attack with his wings and see that, even though I like probably not going to be that incredible of like personal normal attack damage. It's not going to be nothing, and yeah. So there you go. Seems Durin, and plus he has a good artifact set because he can use the non-cry artifact set, which is funny. Yeah, Durin overvape with Ino. Wait, is Ino better than Farina there? Did Vampi calc with Farina? Is Ino actually better than Farina there? I so hope Ino is better than Farina there. I so hope Ino is better than Farina there. Because I really want like either way, like I know like one other 5-star, I know C2, Bennett, and Effa, Durin calcing at 100k DPS is pretty great. I think. I mean, that's still representative. Maybe Durin's too strong, actually, I guess, now I think about it, but whatever. 2 5-star investment, and I know reaching 100k DPS, even if Farina is better, is pretty cool. So, yeah. You do want C6 Bennett, yeah. So, it's fine. I maintain, by the way, if you're scared of activating C6 Bennett, I just, like... I strongly feel C6 Bennett enables more fun than it disables, and even on a not amount of fun level, just on a this gives 15% damage bonus, I think that makes it better than not activating it. So yeah, Mona as a driver, yeah, I'm almost assuredly waiting to. I'll have to prep for it. Oh boy, Durin. I got C6 Mona recently, right? We'll see. We'll see. I'm not saying C6 Mona is good. We'll see. I don't know if that got any changes, but let's go check. But I do like Durin's animations. I like his kit. He seems probably not obnoxiously overpowered, or at the very least, maybe he is obnoxiously overpowered. But I have the choice to make him obnoxious. I have the choice and control to make him obnoxiously overpowered, and that's a good thing. I like that modality. Is basically what it is. So anyways, we gotta go use my freaking resources in this video game. Go here. People have already been doom posting him, yeah, because that's the gacha community in a nutshell. Like, you know, I already railed at gacha communities, or just as the gacha community is causing some of the problems in gacha games. So I'll say it again. I think a lot of the way the community behaves, and I don't think this is like solely the CN community. I think it's just the gacha community at large, is part of why like the power creep problem exists in gacha games in general, but in Genshin as it currently stands. So yeah, because yep, if a character isn't broken, doom post. Okay. I don't know. Him plus the other things are doing that patch has so much plenty of fun utility. I don't know. So doom post away. And the more you doom post, the more I will blame you. Alright. Try out. Ow. Wait, why did I say ow? It doesn't matter because I have Dia here. Dia will make me immortal. I think I have Lost Prayers on right now too. Oh, well, you know what happens when Dia does not make you immortal if your Dia E ends because you're dumb. I did forget about that aspect. Oh, don't. I just let her die again. I'm a dumbass. Oops. I literally swapped to her to kill her again. That was not intentional. Well, okay. No, I was distracted, okay? I just used her burst before. Whatever, okay. Don't worry about it. This is me accidentally proving that Dia is better than Baressa. Oh, I have no energy now. I just realized I have my wrong chat window open. It's not refreshing properly. Wait, no, I do have the right chat window open. Never mind. Anyways, sorry. Fab. Good. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Well, no Eons on buff or whatever. Or we have Eons on buff, but not the Red Shred. It's fine. Ow, ow, ow. I wonder. I didn't get my energy back? Oh my god, really? Well, whatever, okay. I hate this boss so much.
Drop your weapons.
Does Dia cause me to live to this? I don't know. Who do we sacrifice? Eon's on. Wait. Oh, Dia does cause me to live through it. Let's go. See? Told you Dia's broken. Wait for yeah. Oop. I can't. Oh, there we go. Okay. Can I switch? I can't switch. Oh wait, I was pressing 1. That's why. Okay, it's fine. Oh my god, I can't run towards you. I hate this boss. It's so jank. God, I swear to God, I didn't play this boss with a single person. If they dare consider this being a thing that made sense to release in this game, I actually can't believe they released this boss. It's genuinely, I think, one of the worst feeling bosses to fight in any video game I've ever played. It actually blows my mind. But, anyways. I need to stop playing this boss on stream, so I just get annoyed whenever I play against it. Alright, die please. I swear to God if you teleport. Alright, cook you. You just say did the boss just say I wish you death? I wish you death as well. Sure. Hey, we got a big crystal. That's the biggest thing from there. Alright. Yeah, they made it worse than Miasma Priest. Miasma Priest has cool ideas in it. This thing, though, I don't understand what they're going for. I mean, they're going for visual flair over all else, clearly. Which is not enjoyable to fight. So, yeah. I don't think I actually need any more of these, but we'll do it anyways. Let's use PMZ against it. It just keels over. I mean, that was kind of my intent with Beressa, but then we ignore what happened with Beressa. No, we're not doing Sunfire. Do you have the right timepiece? I feel like you have an EM timepiece right now. Nope, never mind. You do. That's fine. Actually, well, this is Triple Cry. That's not fine, but whatever. Wait, what actually happened to your build? Where did the pieces go? I see. Oh, you're on that. Okay, okay. Okay, you're on your normal build. I see. Okay. Just with the wrong circlet. That's fine. There we go. Was the update for Asia server? The update is the same time for everybody. Banner refreshes mid-patch happen at different times for different people. Hold that pose. Don't have energy. Yay. Now, do not kill me. Of course, start without energy. Oh. How many hours is it happening? Well, the patch goes on maintenance tomorrow, I believe at noon. Or not noon, at 5 p.m.-ish my time, I believe. So, about 25 hours from now, plus another 5 hours, so 30 hours give or take. Update for tomorrow is longer than usual? Why? For all the content they're adding, the one character? Did they announce that somewhere? UGC? Oh, pfft. Okay, of course. Figures, great. To be clear, I'm optimistic about UGC. But it's not, I don't think it's going to be good at its start. It's going to take community development to make something out of it. So, alright. Well, then, that's annoying. I guess I might not have a waiting room stream tomorrow then? I don't know. Frick you! Oh my gosh. You bungled everything in my rotation. Like, okay. Stop interrupting me. This is some of the best gameplay I've had in a while. By the way, this boss is perfectly fine. I don't mind revive mechanics like this in bosses. What pisses me off is that they made it like have a ton of resistance when it's trying to revive. It annoys me a lot that you can't really kill it when it's reviving. Ugh. This is also a terribly designed boss, basically, is my saying. But whatever, there's no endgame content with these, so it doesn't really matter. And what a wonderful goblet. All right, cool. Payment processors and server loads are up to stuff. Yeah. Are you really a furry IRL? Yeah. This 2D representation to me is extremely accurate to my real life. I look exactly like this 100% of the time. Yep. Voice chat in Genshin's gonna be wild. Does it have voice chat? Well, I know what feature I'm turning off immediately. Maybe outside of one video. Wait, does it have voice chat? Because I'll do a... I forced myself to turn on voice chat. Voice chat in any kind of like random queuing video game, in my opinion, is bad. It's usually bad. I don't think I've ever had a particularly positive experience with like random queuing. Well, that's not quite true. I mean, I've had individual positive experiences with random voice chat being on, obviously, like just not on a holistic level ever. So I don't know. It seems to be not a video game problem. It seems to be a human problem, right? Do I want more talent materials for Llama, or do I don't feel like leveling up Llama's talent right now. Let's just do artifacts. I gotta save my resin tomorrow for Nefer boss. So this is my last ditch effort for Nefer pieces. We gotta make up for the Nefer nerf by getting more EM substats. Right? That's how that works. But yeah. Anyways. If your question was, am I a furry, as in do I go to furry conventions? No. Am I a furry because I haven't anthropomorphized little 2D art? Like, I don't know if you didn't realize, this fox isn't a real fox. So anyways, I'm not a furry because I think to be a furry, this is going to be a wild definition. It's wildly complicated. It's going to take a long time to explain this definition. I think to be a furry, you have to partake in the furry community. That's the only real definition of furry in my mind. Anything else is a vibe bullshit definition. So to answer your question, no, I'm not a furry. But if you're operating on your vibe bullshit definition, then sure, I'm a furry, I guess. Because that's probably why you asked the question in the first place. Didn't need to shield there. Whoops. So, sorry, it's a little bit of a pet peeve of mine. Like, are you a furry? Because I have a fox PNG that yaps. Like, I have a fox PNG that yaps because I like animals. And I think it's more interesting looking than a stupid, like, anime face. Sorry. Like, not that, like, I don't dislike VTubers or anything, mind you. That comes off the wrong way. I don't think they properly express anything meaningful that I need to express. Right now, at least. And, I like the idea of going something that's more individually expressive to me. And there's a lot of little nice subtle things in this fox that you don't realize. That I don't feel like explaining right now. That I like. But yeah, anyways. It's more of you like anthro animals and express that interest in art and other things. I don't really think this fox is that anthropomorphized. I'd say I like non-anthropomorphized animals than anything. But I do reject the stupid rhetoric that people are furries because they like anthropomorphized animals. Because humans have been anthropomorphizing animals since the dawn of time. If you buy a dog, I'm pretty sure you're anthropomorphizing an animal, I'm sorry. Or any pet. You're probably anthropomorphizing an animal on some level. So I'm just saying, if you're a pet owner, you're probably a furry, basically. If we operate on that definition of furry. Anyways, what artifacts did I get? I didn't even like compute them properly. Garbage. That's sick. Okay. You know what we should do today? There's two things I want to do today to end the stream. I got that. Oh, actually, wait. Sorry, I got these two goblets yesterday. So I got a double crate animal goblet yesterday when I straw boxed for Whimsy. And then today's the day of Saloon hot takes. I mean, those hot takes were mostly just me joking, but also me disliking the anti-furry rhetoric when like people seem to not understand that the furry community is just like being part of a community and dressing up in animal costumes because they feel it's a better way to express themselves personally, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So anyways, not that there was any anti-furry rhetoric specifically happening, but sometimes people ask this question, sometimes they don't. Sometimes people ask those questions or come in my chat coming with priming questions to start doing bullshit. Anyways, so yeah, I got this goblet and it rolled defense, and I was like, okay, bye-bye. And the reason I said bye-bye is because I got this other goblet. So in the same Starbucks dump, I got two animal goblets. Both were double crit, both had attack percent, except this one was a 4-line with also EM. And this one also started with max rolls, by the way, so if we're continuing with my I hate low rolls, this is a low rolls hell goblet as well. This started with 7.8 crit damage and 3.5 crit rate, by the way. I had hopes you were one, Sag. I mean, yeah, I don't think I am, because I don't think I partake in the furry community. But yeah, why? Because I don't have a need. Same reason I would say I'm not, despite the fact that I'd say my sexuality falls somewhere in the fuck if I know spectrum. I would not consider myself part of the LGBTQ community because I don't feel a need for it. I appreciate them for existing and helping be a community of people that helps me try to understand parts about myself, but I don't feel a need to actively partake in the community. And therefore I do not feel I am part of the community. I do not feel like I am a insert here. I am me. So yeah, this animal goblet is still good. It's the second best animal goblet on my account. But what did this have? 12.4 minus 3.5, 8.9. So that was a 2.7, a 2.7, and a 3.1 roll. And then the crit damage roll was minimum. So I had 3 minimum rolls and 1 low roll into crit. Like me, I want to be in the fuck if I know spectrum. Yeah. I say I'm in the fuck if I know spectrum because I think I get attracted to people, but not in the same way most other people describe the way that they get attracted to people. So, fuck if I know. Sorry. If I know. Is Nefer bad now? No. If you're asking that question, she is the same as she was to you before. That's my opinion. But if you don't have Llama, there's a higher chance you might notice her being a bad, not bad, a more meh character. Calling her bad is stupid, because I think bad characters are characters like... Who is a fairly universally bad character? Chi-Chi. Well, no, I need to like... We gotta compare it to a DPS. Who's a universally bad DPS? Aloy, yeah, sure. Alhaitham's not bad. He's fine. Like, that's what Nefer is, with or without a nerf. I think she's fine without Llama. Eula, yeah, actually Eula's maybe a good comparison. I think Eula's a bad DPS, quite frankly. She has an interesting kit, a very interesting kit. She's kind of bad. She should have gotten buffs. Oh yeah, minor thing I didn't complain about with that. What I don't like about the Hex and Circle thing, I really would have preferred most of these buffs were just not Hex and Circle tied, because it makes team building really weird. But it's also like there's benefits to it, so like I don't know. We'll see. I'm not gonna form a strong opinion without having actually played with any of the things and thought more properly about the kind of teams that it enables. But I don't love that it's like we're gonna buff characters, but we're gonna buff them with races and passives kind of thing. So Dia, I mean, if we're talking C0 Dia, sure. But because yeah, I agree C0 Dia is a bad DPS. Anyways, Eula's so bad, so Jeff thinks she's better in a freeze team, yeah. Or a Llama Hyper Bloom team. Sup C6 Arlecchino haver? I don't have C6 Arlecchino on this account. Well, I got Lanyan's on Arlecchino banner. Lanyan C1 and C2 took me 200 pulls. This came from weapon banner. So at the rate it was going for Lanyan C1 and C2, what is the chance that I get C6 Arlecchino on this account? Unfortunately high. So, yeah. Don't have C6 Arlecchino. It would be very funny to have a C6 Arlecchino on this account with zero intention to get her signature weapon. Would that annoy people? Using a Jade Spear C6 Arlecchino? No. The thing is, if I got a C6 Arlecchino on this account, I wouldn't activate it, quite frankly. I have zero, almost zero desire for it on this account. So, yeah. Would you rather not Zhongli? I don't want to build him. Like, in particular, I would say actually that's a notable thing. These buffs that are happening and the team building implications they have makes me want to build more existing characters. And if I'm going to consider pulling new characters, quite frankly, you know, I was being silly about Venti not wanting to show up for me because I couldn't do a better wishing ritual than what I did. And that's my silly excuse in part to not go for Venti. And Venti's the same, and like I don't think even with a buff Venti is going to do enough on my account to get me to care to pull for him and put the resources into him. But I'm down to try him on someone else's account. Zhongli is the same, where like I think I can have fun with some Zhongli teams. I think I can muck around with some things that are unique about his kit, but I think it's a one-off. I think it's a one-off. Like I'd have fun with him in like one-off, make one video, have a good time, and then never touch him again. Maybe 2 videos. That's my vibe with Zhongli. Like the resource situation in this game, particularly with like these buffs happening and me potentially wanting to put more resources into older characters. Durin buffs Ningguang potentially. I mean, it's wheelchair format, but you know, I don't know if that's what I want to do with Ningguang, but blah blah blah. But you know, trying to max out Mona, trying to max out whoever the heck, Razor maybe. I don't know. I am much more interested in pulling Albedo than I am Zhongli as far as worthwhile reasons to level up and put resources into characters for how expensive it is to level characters. And even if I got Zhongli, there's multiple characters I'd rather level than Zhongli before leveling Zhongli. So, yeah. I don't know. I have him on my Polar Monet account. I've messed around with some things there. And they can be fun. But again, I'm very confident they're fun on a one-off level for me and not worth the resources. Will I try Miliastra? Yeah, of course. I just don't. I don't know. I'm skeptical as far as the launch of Miliastra Wonderland. Like, whatever Hoyo has pre-made for us right now. I don't think is going to be that interesting. Simply because...
Add
like my initial vibe is like, this is just a framework. It's like, oh hey, what if we let the community make their own Genshin Impact events? And I can tell you, if I was going to list the things that I enjoy about Genshin, the things that would probably be lowest on the list are Genshin's events. So if the game mode is just, wow, the community can create events, but and that's it. Like it's restrictive on a level of there's not actually much they can do other than create shitty Genshin events, but now community made shitty Genshin events. But I don't know, it really depends. I don't know how restrictive it is, right? So I'm very willing to try it out. But I do have a slightly negative perception of it, at least to start, where it might be really boring. But we'll see. I hope it succeeds because, and I think whether its ability to succeed is going to depend on how free we are to make things in it, right? How free the community is to make things in it versus what it restricts us from doing. So one concern I have is, for example, I've seen no proof that there is any ability for people making stuff in this mode, making stuff in UGC. This might be wrong. We just might have seen nothing of it yet. Can we modify the lighting system at all? Because Genshin's like a really bright game, and like they have a certain like look lighting wise. And let's say, I don't know if you knew, but Halloween is happening soon. It's a holiday a lot of people enjoy. What if you want to make a haunted house mode in the UGC? Do you think modifying the lighting system would be important for a haunted house that you could how about a really dark maze that had like monsters pop around the corner? That's something that Hoyoverse would probably absolutely not make, but would be a cool thing for allowing the community to make. And it's not like that'd be forced upon people to play. Right, you would play it if you wanted to play it. It'd be like, hey, this is a haunted house mode. If you're easily scared, you don't want to play the horror thing, you don't have to do it, right? But it'd be cool if we could make that. I don't know if we can make that right now, right? That's my skepticism with the mode, is I don't know what. It's the example I'm leaning on right now. I don't know what the actual controls we have are that will result in necessarily good games within the framework it offers. So I don't know, I'm relatively neutral on it right now until we can bring in our own characters and maybe make custom combat content, but that's not available in the start anyway, so it's not really worth concerning myself over that until they actually announce us being able to bring characters into it. So yeah, that's where that's at. Anyways, I'm more excited about the programming part of it. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. But I hope the community doesn't just immediately. I'm somewhat. I don't want to be too pessimistic on it, right? Because I feel like if me or other content creators are super pessimistic on it, like this is just shit, ignores the potential it has to become better. Either one, through Hoyoverse improving things, or through the community finding ways to make cool things, right? So, yeah. We'll see. And on a content creation level, I don't know. It theoretically could be infinite content. That is hopefully fun, not just trash content. I mean, my goal isn't to use UGC ever for just slob content. But I don't know. It's definitely not going to be a bad thing, I don't think. And I hope it lives up to its potential. But I am slightly skeptical going in. What was I going to look at? Oh yeah. My Nefer pre-build. So my Nefer will have... Yeah, my Nefer will have... I don't think I have anything. I mean, that theoretically could be better than this piece. But I'd have to high roll. Same story there. This one more likely. Sure. I'm down to try one roll on this. It has to high roll every roll to be better. This is very min-maxy type level ups, but... Okay. Okay. That was technically a low roll, but it started with higher roll, so it's still average. Average 20 EM rolls is fine. It doomed itself. Rip. It almost did it. Okay. The other piece I don't think I want to bother because yeah, freak it, I'll feed it and whatnot. Free XP, ER, low rolls. This set in ER is a weird one. If this is a Flynn's piece, maybe, I don't know. But free XP. Thanks for the free XP. All right. Bye, Phoenix. So, for the rest of the stream, I think two things. I want to maybe go through this area and start putting some more stickers down for the artifact spots. What feature do you think that should be added that's necessary? I don't know. I haven't played it yet, so as I play it, I'm gonna like jot down notes of things. I'm like, is this a feature in the game? And I don't know. I'm gonna have to investigate things. So I don't know if I'll have a video. I'll probably have streams, but I don't know if I'll have a video anytime soon that's going over things until I get a proper impression of things. Because I'll probably have some kind of critique for Melee Astra after I actually partake in it. All I have right now for is just vibes. So I don't have anything specific other than like I'm not sure about things. I'm not sure if they are actually available right now. So yeah, Baiju being the placeholder is breaking this pharmacist main's heart. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He was Dendro Catalyst and he was high up in the list, so I didn't have to scroll as much. And also I got Llama C1, so yeah. Anyways, I don't think I have any better build. Yeah. Oh, that reroll. Do I reroll this again? I have no idea. I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. If I do somehow wind up getting Nefer Sig, what do I have for crit? I know I have 60 crit rate. I would have... What does it have? It has 88.2, so I'd have 30... Do I have a... No, I don't. 88.2, that is 30 more, basically, or 28 more. Okay. So I'd have like 280 crit damage. That seems okay. Yeah, it's a pretty good build to start. I would like to... I know it seems weird asking for a better feather than this. Oops. But I would prefer a feather with EM substat. This would be pretty hard to improve though, if I'm using a crit rate circlet. A fully min-max build theoretically would have, you know, like a flower with double crit EM. This with double crit EM. You know, this could get one more good roll, but like whatever. And then a crit damage circlet with heavy crit rate EM substats, but there's not really that much difference between that and what I have going on right now, because it's just redistributing some of my existing rolls into crit rate stats theoretically. So yeah. I hope he sees play in Nefer teams. Unfortunately, he's not. Baiju for Nefer is kind of cooked from a... I mean, from a casual standpoint, he's not, to be clear. Like, don't from a casual standpoint of you want a comfortable defensive unit that also does technically buff a little bit. He is, because he does give Lunar Bloom damage percent, right? Based on his HP. He's not theoretically the worst, technically, except for he arguably is from a... If you're optimizing your gameplay down to, like, you know, good rotations. So from an optimized gameplay standpoint, he's a damage downgrade. Because restricting to 20-second burst rotations, restricting to 20-second rotations plus his 5-star burst animation is a damage downgrade. Like, he doesn't buff enough to make up for that. Nahida does, by the way. Like, Nahida doesn't force longer rotations and has a long burst animation, but she buffs enough to make up for it. Baiju doesn't, unfortunately. But if you need a comfort option, it absolutely makes sense to use him, right? Like the last slot in Nefer teams isn't that big a deal, and we're talking like the him being a damage downgrade for Nefer is only something that like matters from a Stygian onslaught, dire difficulty perspective kind of shtick, right? So like it really doesn't actually matter. So he will see play in Nefer teams if people aren't too pilled on meta, like more pilled than they should be. So I don't know if there's people that end up like complaining about them dying because they're using either worse sustains or whatever when they have better sustain options available, and for the vast majority of the content they could just use better sustains. Just use a better sustain unit. Just use a better sustain unit that is a damage loss that is more comfortable for you for your playstyle or play preference. Who gets C6 Ino in the divorce next Stygian? Nefer or Flynn's? Oh. Just bonked my mic, sorry if you heard that. That is a problem. A Nefer, I believe. Assuming, well, okay, that's assuming you have... There's not that many players is going to have Inefa, Llama, Flynn's, and Nefer, right? is the issue. So it's like, what is your exact situation? Are we talking a Nepha-less and Llama-less? Like you have Flynn's and a Nefer, but no Llama and no Anefa? Because if we're talking you have Flynn's and a Nefa, then give Ino to Nefer. Unless you want to do Hyper Bloom. If you just want to do like, yeah, quick bloom spread DPSing with Nefer, which you can do. So yeah, your weapons have different appearance. It's the dire difficulty skin. So yeah. Anyways, what if you have all the non-cry characters? Then I know to Nefer probably, because Nefer well, okay. Again, this is only something that maybe matters for dire difficulty. You give Ino to, if we're talking a C6 Ino, you give Ino to the unit that you need to reach the DPS breakpoint to clear. And if it doesn't matter for a DPS breakpoint, it's completely your vibe. It's completely your own vibe of like what your preference is, right? If you have them all. But for most people, it's more going to be you have some conjunction of whatever. And the worst case scenario is the hardest one to answer, I think, well, actually, not the hardest one to answer. The worst case scenario is you don't have Llama, you don't have an Nefa, but you pulled Flynn's and you pulled Nefer. And you have Ino, hopefully with cons. In that case, I think you play Ino with Flynn's, because Flynn's just doesn't work at all. Flynn's basically doesn't work at all without two non-cries. And then Nefer is still a Dendra unit and still has good, compelling teams with her as a quick bloom, spread DPS, whatever you want to call it, unit. Does she have interruption res? Yes, she does. In her skill. I don't know how high it is. I don't know how... Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's 100% interruption res, but I know she has interruption res during her skill state. So yeah. Azure C2 can proc Llama Sig consistently, so you can use him to buff your Llama carry team. That's funny. Why do you... Wait, so do you use... Wait, what? Proc Llama Sig consistently. What is Llama's... I don't remember what Llama Sig is. I don't know. That's interesting, though. Okay, let's do... So, sorry, I didn't even finish. So, I was going to say either we can end the stream with doing the artifact route here, which I really should do. I should do that. But I also want to go into Tars's account today, because Tars cleared Stygian Onslaught at Fearless difficulty yesterday. Oops, I'm not... Stop bonking your mic, you bozo. You've been streaming for years and you keep bonking your mic. So Tars cleared Stygian today, or yesterday. Wait, this is Tars. So, and he cleared... Interesting. Okay. And he cleared... This is the first time I've seen these teams. I forgot he got Flynn's. Oh god, with Electro Traveler. Oh god, Electro Traveler Flynn's clear and it's at 120 seconds. That scares me. Oh, that scares me a little bit. 120 personal EM and passive 400% lunar bloom, 120. Yeah, I just don't remember why Baiju C2 would be needed for the trigger condition. Excited to see you testing. Thanks. Yeah, we'll have a Nefer testing stream for sure. This is so meta. What Tars? Yeah, I know, right? I mean that's because it's Stygian, but and Tars has invested his account in a particular direction that means he does not meet DPS thresholds for clearing Fearless. In conjunction with the enemy mechanics, generally speaking, with flexibility at least. So, I'm curious. I don't know. Do you guys want to see this first, or do you want to? Didn't expect Tars to have Flynn's or Skirk. I don't remember why he pulled Skirk. I know he pulled Flynn's because he wanted because of Electric Traveler synergy. So, I slightly pushed him towards that because I wanted I wanted to see it. So yeah, yeah, this would be potentially part of the video I record. Sure, you know what? Let's go. Let's go log on to Tarz's account. We'll maybe oops, that's the wrong button. We'll maybe come back to my main account to do some artifact route farming. It only lasts 4.5 seconds. Llama Sig buff has a short duration similar to tenacity. That's funny. Didn't realize that. Oops, wrong account. There we go. Yeah, the fact that Tars, by the way, cleared yesterday should tell you more than anything how much Tars doesn't particularly enjoy Stygian. Sorry, pretty much finishing my cheese stick. Why are we here?
That. My friend is the world's original symphony.
Why? What? Oh, you know, he's probably farming this, I guess. No? Why, what? Nostalgia? Yeah, I guess maybe. I don't know if Tars is still in the chat. He was here earlier. Is this just your vibe spot, Tars? I always do things last minute. Oh, you farmed this last minute. I see. Yeah. I understand. All right. Or you kicked him? Maybe, yeah. Kicked him in the middle of a really hard boss fight. I apologize, Tars. Oh, by the way, yeah, just I'm sorry. In case you're not familiar with Tars's account, like wait, let's go well, yeah, that's fine. Needs Storm Terror mats. Oh, you actually needed them? Of course you did. Of all people, in 2025, Tars Blammo needs Storm Terror mats. So anyways, I might make a... There's probably going to be multiple videos on Tars's account, and one soon TM, just with an account swapping video, where I play on Tars's account, he plays on mine, with some preset teams, and I figured it might be fun to include this, so yeah, let's go take a look at Stygian on Tars's account. He is not the type of player where Stygian is exactly a game mode for him, I would say. Why does it not have your teams? And me. Why did it not keep your teams? That's so annoying. Okay. It was Flynn's, Electro MC. It was yeah, it is indeed a unique account. We're on Fearless, not Dire. Tars does not clear Dire. Obviously, I'm on Fearless. You think Tars Blammo's account, my free-to-play friend who refuses to level up Muika, Dia, Kanich, Colorin, Varesa, Shanyun, Navia, Nivilad, Mualani, level 60 Ito, level 70 Escoffier, level 80 Skirk. It took him a lot. You want to know when he did this? I believe he did this a couple weeks ago. He crowned this a couple weeks ago. You think Tars Blammo is clearing dire difficulty? He ain't. Sorry, anyways. That's fine. Dire is not for all people's accounts. That's for sure. Anywho's, I purposely cleared them. I wanted you to figure out your own teams. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize that was your intent. You should have communicated that. I wouldn't have clicked on the thing earlier. my bad. I thought the intent was to use your teams. I mean, so yeah, I did see that it was obviously. I mean, obviously it's Hyperbloom. It's Hyperbloom, and then I was definitely gonna. I knew Flynn's and Hyperbloom. I would have definitely used. I'm gonna get rid of the chat on screen, by the way, since I'm gonna record this. I don't like chat on screen for the videos. I'm sorry. I'll leave the fonks though. Why not? All right. So, I already saw what Tars used to clear. Well, wait, I guess I should begin recording brain. Bonus account swapping collab. Tars waited until what? The last 13 hours. Yeah, Tars waited until like 24 hours remaining to clear Stygian Onslaught. So he can clear Fearless mode on this account. Fearless Stygian is definitely not easy. But Tars did pull Flynn's. I believe Tars pulled Flynn's for Electro MC synergy, which we could try. I don't know if Electro MC would be best for me though, because it's not going to be easy to play. That is the main problem with EMC. I know is here. Level 90 I know already. Okay, yeah. Yep. C2 I know. Alright, cool. I say already as if that's surprising, but I've neglected to level my Ino past 70. How does EMC compare to Dory? A lot better. Dory causes significant problems from cooldowns. Like the consideration for me would be maybe official. What does your official look like? Or Auron over EMC if I struggle. Scroll Hunter's Bow. You do have an elegy available, so yeah, I might elegy Auron instead of EMC, but I'm down to try EMC. It's something I have not tried at all, and I'm curious to try. So, who else? Official. Where to fish? And there's also C6R, which is well, never mind. There's not C6R because Tars Blammo things. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make a separate video doing an account review on Tars's video, because like this is such a fun account to do like an account review on and be like, yep, I'll just everything about this account. I like how I'm pretty sure Tars, the reason Tars has Versa, I believe, is because he specifically pulled for C2 Eon Song, but he's just like, haven't gotten around into using her. Well, which is such a useful team building tool, and I'd love to see what Tars could do to like min-max the utility of Eons on and doing weird movement to like keep up the buff. It's the kind of stuff I would like. Actually, like that's what you're doing with Dragon Strike. You're whacking on a tree and you jump up in the air, and that's movement that would keep up points. I so badly want to see Tars do Eons on things. And then Tars is like, oh, I'll pull Eons on C2, but then I won't build it for 3 years. Okay. Anyways, sorry. Having a crash out from seeing things on this account already, and I'm not even doing the review right now. So I like how you didn't claim the wishes either. Tars is above claiming the free wishes. Because Tars just wants more red dots, as many red dots as possible. Oh my gosh. Anyway, sorry, distracted. What am I doing? Oh yeah, official is that. That's why I went when it's great to look at the official build. Good lord. There's the fish. Okay. Skyward Harp. Okay. I'm assuming that's not intentional.
Created another universe.
So I'd probably have to look at that. Whereas I think these characters are probably configured. Level 1 Sethos, I know, yeah. Okay. And Hyperbloom is just, it's just gonna be the way to go. I don't think there's anything to consider other than Hyperbloom here. I know you use Kale. Well, if we're using Traveler for the other team, yeah. I don't even feel like switching Traveler. I would definitely default to using Traveler on my account rather than Kale, but Kale has upsides over Dendro Traveler for this boss anyways. So, Deepwood Kale on LG, okay. St. Cho Raiden, yeah. And then what would I use, what would I lean towards on this account for Drake? I know Tars used Skirk. Tars used Skirk with Yelan, which probably makes sense. I think it was... this. But... is there anything else I would consider using for Drake? I'm sure there's something else that's possible for Drake on this account. I just... well, I mean... okay, there's definitely something else possible if... you know, some other characters were leveled. But of the characters that are leveled, I don't really know. I think it might only be Skirk, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I cleared with DPS Lonyon. So maybe Eva. What is your Eva at? That'd be kind of funny if I could do that. Surely Eva doesn't clear. It is a C6 Evers. C6 Eva? Oh, yeah, I remember. Tars said he was like considering pulling Wander. Or no, that wasn't Tars. That was someone else. Never mind. What's Grandma Far's on the way? That's actually a good question. Well, shoot. Nope. Okay. See, I don't even know if I want to configure all your builds properly for that, but that would be an interesting one. I'm sure there is some stuff to do there. I know there's also Shao. Shao's level 85. I don't know what Shao's build looks like on this account, but I've seen people do Shao clears with like Shanyun for arena. Which Shanyun's not leveled. But Shanyun, Farina, C6 Bennett. And then you alternate doing Animo damage on Chao versus doing Pyro infused plunges on Chao, right? Like that's a fun thing that I would have considered trying, but without Shanyun, I don't know. I'm down. Maybe we can try it. Benny Boy. What do? We do instead of Shanyun, Farina? I guess. Farina Farazon? Instead of C6 Bennett, whatever. We can try. Level 20 newbie. What do you have for a build here? What do we do for a build here? Okay, so well, first of all, this is the one team I'm willing to configure. I think it'd be fun to try. Of course. I mean that figures. I haven't used instructors Benny in a while. You don't even have a preset for Noblesse. By the way, instructors can be best in slot on Bennett. The scaving was just it's not unexpected for Tars to be someone who would lead Bennett on instructors full time. That's all. So we do Noblesse. Keep that. Sure. Wow. What? Wow. Okay. What? Oh, you're one away from a decree reroll. Tars, you should reroll this piece. Clearly. Alright. This, I guess. Yep, he'll crit occasionally. Okay, Farina. Ugh. Good lord. You have enough Aquilas? Yoink. Okay. There we go. I mean, her damage is going to go to the toilet, but it's fine. That might matter, to be clear. It might not. I don't know. And then... look at the Skirk build. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. It's not that bad. That's a ratio. Nice. I mean, not ideal when you're doing triple cryo. But yeah, that's funny. Nice. What was I doing? Oh yeah, Farazon. Farazon should probably be on BB. Like the min-max combo for Xiao's damage would be maybe better to do tenacity and then golden, like, or maybe it's just better in general. Maybe Farina's damage does matter enough to do golden troop and then tenacity. Farazon, I don't know. This boss is weird. I don't know what the ideal is. I really don't know. Let's just see what we have for VB. Because the pyro damage we deal will matter. So, sure. Sure. That's a lot of EM timepieces. Yeah, keep that. And yeah. Yep, there we go. I think Kale had prototypes, so we're just going to give you a Fab. No, the Fab was on. Okay, I guess level 80 Fab. Oh well. Bam. Yep, that's a, yep, sure. Okay, I'm going to see how this goes. Wait, Xiao doesn't have artifacts. Oops. Scroll wouldn't be better on Farazon? We have to do a dynamic of switching between animo damage and switching between pyro damage. That's the reason to have VV on her. Can you ask a question? You already asked a question. And that, unfortunately, was your one question. I only allow one question per chatter in my chat, Ruan hits. So, unfortunately, you lost the ability to ask a question. Hopefully you know I'm joking, but you can ask your question. You don't have to ask if you can ask a question. Anyways, rumor about a Never nerf. It's not a Never nerf. It's in the live data for the what is this artifact set? Oh, it's Bolide. It's in the live. It's data mined from the live version of the game. Like it's from preload data. It was mined from. It's real. It's not rumor. My opinion is rewind the stream, but my opinion is it's fine. It doesn't matter. I do wish they went about it differently though. Which artifact set do we do on him? Well, you don't have the plunge set, do you? It's plunge or two-piece, right? Yeah, you don't have the plunge set, so yoink. Already on that, I guess. That's pretty good. You have no... Tars, why do you only farm gladiators? You have no other two pieces. You can't Pyro Plunge without Chanyun? Why do you think Pyro Plunge requires Chanyun? Oh wait, no it does. You're right. That's true. I forgot Shao needs to burst when he... Okay, never mind. Well, goodbye. I forgot. That's true. This is how you know it's a 1.0 account. Yeah, all the glad pieces. All right, I guess we're skirking. Showing my support for the app. Thanks, Tagliner. But yeah, I don't think Nefer's nerf matters at all. All right, I guess we're doing skirk. Flap, flap, flap. You did use very non-festering to do this clear, right? So I guess. I guess sure. And let's go VA. There she is. We're gonna try to do crab first. Okay. So yeah. Anyways, could that still work with Xiao? Maybe. Probably not though. Similar hard to many other 5 stars. Weapon gets nerfed before release. I mean, yes, kind of. But the difference with the Nefer nerf is that Nefer is nerfed because Llama is too broken as a hell of a character, and I did it early, didn't I? And they didn't want her to be that strong, most likely because they didn't want her to be that strong, most likely because Colombina is a broken ass character. That's all. All right. I talked about the bus before. Sorry. I don't want to talk about it right now. I want to try to do this. God damn it. Okay. I'm gonna focus a little bit. There we go. Okay. Two. Okay. Probably should have done Kali first, shouldn't I? Okay. That should trigger everything. Hopefully. There we go. Okay.
I see everything. Rain cutter. Rain outlines her.
I didn't have right knee going. Whoops. Field riding probably is a good idea. Oop. Yeah. I'm not used to when to use Kali. Pitching second clue on a burst. Okay. I forgot the team show skill. Well. You're gonna go to your next phase, right? Yeah, okay. Rodney, you need to end, by the way, but well. Not ideal, but whatever. This is fine. That's gonna pop. Okay, we're fine. This. Tap. Okay. Oh, I didn't have... Oops. Oops. Okay. We're very close. Alright. Do it again. Easier to just sing Joe's skill than use call a charge attack? I don't think I used a call a charge attack at all. But thanks for the tip. I did that too slow. Oops. I might have done that early. How did that spawn there? It's fine. Okay. Do this. Oh, that already has a thing spawned. That's gonna hit everything, right? Yeah, nice. Okay.
Rain outlines your fate. Shine down. Rain cutter.
Okay, bam. Not sure if I have to on-field Nahida at all for this team. Try to pay attention to the auras a little bit more. And do that. Okay. Just gonna pop any if we get lucky. Hey, let's go. Alright, okay. Okay.
There is no escape. Rain outlines your fate. Let me lead you across.
Come on, there we go. Alright, time to spare. To get the bloom core in the beginning. I see. Well, anyway, it took 2 tries. Okay, so that was easy. Not too surprising. It was a, you know, good Nahida bloom team. This one I'm a little scared of, so let's try this one. Yeah, you missed. Yeah, 10 phases if you want to rewind. If you want to go to my YouTube, you can rewind in the YouTube stream if you want my yap. But yeah, for a whole lot about 6.2 stuff. Could have aura farmed the Ride and Burst at the end. Could have, yeah. I wonder. Let's do this. Yep. Okay, this. I'm not sure what the first phase is gonna look like. Okay, about. Okay, good. There we go. Okay. Oh, also, I just realized I never even got a skirt first because that was bad. But I never got a skirt first. Okay. So now we need to focus on Yelan, whatever damage. About. Now. There we go. Okay, and we on-field Yelan. We should do this. That probably could be done a little bit better. Bap. Catch the particles. This. Okay. This. Okay. Good. Okay, I think we just gotta do first phase optimization. This is easy. Alright. I think it's kind of bonkers how tricky it is, though, to do this with a Skirk premium team. No, that's just this boss. Oh, I don't have Vav on you. What am I doing? Okay, sorry. Let's think about the first phase a little bit. I think I do want to do a Skirk burst, so I should do Farina E into a Scofia E into Skirk hold E. Oh no, I should do Farina E into Yelan because I want to get that cooldown going right away. Their cooldowns matter the most for their energy gen. Can you knock him down with Yelan? No, not at Fearless. The Fearless one has completely different mechanics. So yeah, I think that's all I gotta really do. Maybe let's try that. And we gotta have a freeze trigger before we do a hold E and Skirk so I can actually get the burst. All right, Bap, Bap, this, right? And then we just get fab particles, whatever. Yep. Yep. Okay, we're gonna do this. Yep. Okay. Oops, I forgot I had a charge attack. I should have just ended rotation and all I continued, but brain doesn't work sometimes. Fine. Ah. Get a bit of additional normal attacks. Yep. Okay. Bad. Good. Very much. I don't know why I went to you. That was dumb. Do this. I think we are pretty much chilling here, but. Ow. And we did it. Oops. Not quite. Now we're good. Alright. Wow. Okay, maybe I was, yeah, well, I don't know. I'm still a little scared of the Flynn's team. Let's see. Well, those two weren't bad. This is what happens when Taurus turns into a meta player. It just takes me 2 minutes. Not too bad, yeah. Like just minor obvious optimization things. I kind of think, weirdly enough, that like these kinds of teams is exactly how Fearless difficulty is intended to be balanced around, right? Like, well invested, having some 5-star units with good teams can reach the DPS required, but you have to play well, kind of thing. Anyways, so thinking about this, I think we need to start with you. Do this. Okay. Crap. I don't have Electro going. That's a pain in the ass. Okay. Getting the Electro Swirl seems annoying.
Use of force authorized. I warn you.
Okay. Oh, I don't have. Yeah, there we go. Oop, oop. There we go. Well, whatever. Who needs Electro Swirls? Not me. Oh my god, where's your energy, bro? Do I need to get EMC burst up? I feel like I need to get EMC burst up, but you have a 7-year cooldown. Okay. I know has to be the one to trigger. Okay, what happens if I do I know plus you? I didn't catch the particles on field. Need to pick up EMC energy drops? Oh yeah, I forgot. That's true. I wrong character.
Use of force authorized. I warn you.
Why'd I do it? Where's the energy drops? I don't see them. They're gone. Did I pick them up with someone else? I think I picked them up with someone else. Okay, maybe I picked them up on EMC this time? I don't remember anything about how to use EMC properly. What does the burst do? Okay, yeah, I picked them up on someone else. They spawned at his feet. Wait. Are they stuck under the shield when I don't pick them up? Oh god. I know picks them up. Oh god, that's annoying as shit. Oh, okay, yeah, let's check if they get stuck under the shield.
Use of force authorized. I warn you. Looks like
Yup. Cool. Yup. It's so close, but so far. Ah. Oh god. Okay. Okay. Hello. Okay. Wait, what? Wait, does the Jeff do another manual raid? Hello, is the Jeff viewers? Or did... I don't know, okay. But anyways, if there's the Jeff viewers joining, hello. What was I doing? Okay. Let's try this, stay on field. That doesn't get even close. Okay. I assume this is the same build you use on Traveler, right? When you cleared Tars? Just want to make sure. Skip until MC, yeah, maybe. What if I... No, you have a 16-second skill cooldown. God damn it. I was trying to think of like another way to put Electro on it beforehand to get the Ino energy refund. Maybe I just don't care. You just came on your own free will. Nice. So you came here on your own free will and said Mbrig on your own free will. That's what that means. None of the builds are changed? Okay. Colombina crumbs? What is the crumbs? Is she still a main DPS? Okay. Oh, wait, I gotta test if they spawn outside the shield. If the shield is up.
Use of force authorized. I warned you. Looks like violence is here.
I do. Okay. Interesting. Does this get your energy back? No, it doesn't. Alright, sick.
Use of force authorized.
I wonder, do I just wait? Just don't do setup beforehand? Do this. Yoink one of these. Oh, I didn't mean to yoink all of them. Okay.
Use of force authorized. I warned you.
I mean, I do get my burst back properly. But this Flynn's build, though. This Flynn's build has no energy. Ah! What is this curse thing you have created, Tars? I understand, but I also... I mean, it's a good Flynn's build. I'm too used to the energy refund. Normal attacks for Fav? Yeah, maybe. The Flynn's build is not really the problem. Like, okay, do it now. Do this. I just picked up one of the Sucrose. No, I didn't get it. Okay. Okay. Maybe I just try to do two. Maybe I just delay a little bit and do 2 Electro Traveler E's. That's my thinking right now. Do this one, right? This gets Ino Burst, right? Do Ino Burst. And then we just wait 5 years for Electro Traveler. And maybe I wait for... Oh, God damn it. For the first rotation, you do not need to pick up the amulets on planes. Oh, okay. Did I not trigger? Oh, okay. I think I was right to be scared of this. I still couldn't get an Electro. I do want an Electro Swirl. Okay. Hope you're doing well. Thanks. I'm doing well, other than Tars has cursed me to play with Electro Traveler. No. It's not a curse. I didn't get Electro. Why is it so hard to get Electro Swirl? Okay, what the hell is your energy situation like? How did you get your burst back with the first... Please, trigger Pav. grab the EMC things with Flails. Easier said than done with this enemy. Also, I need Ino energy. So... Bruh. Okay. Do it my own way. Uh-oh, I'm picking those up. Ah, I picked them up. Frick. Okay, we gotta worry about pre-stacking Jade Spear, by the way. From now. Okay. Real question is, do I do this? Okay. And then this. Oh crap. Okay, well. Now. Oh yeah, this is a sustainless team. To add on top of it. Alright. Don't you have your energy? Whatever, I guess who needs it? I didn't pre-stack. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not used to having to dodge with him. Okay. Yeah, what's the first rotation? What's the first rotation you did, Tars? Save me some time. We're on Tars's account right now. The creature, Tars is a creature who does hyper carry Chi-Chi in Abyss. So. I don't want to suffer more. I mean, I could keep trying the route that I found. I don't dislike the route I found. I can try it a little bit more. No, I shouldn't have done that.
Use of force authorized. I warn you.
I didn't want to pick up both. Wait, I keep on. Oh, God, brain. I need that TDDS buff. Wait, I assume you have Thread Tails on it, right? I should check. Yes, you do. Okay.
I warn you. Use of force
This.
authorized. I warn you.
No, I think I just. Ugh, do I wait for? I think I wait for it. I know.
Use of force authorized. I warn you.
I was hoping delaying that slightly might have caused a difference, but it did not. All right. Okay, that did not. EMCE, I know HEQ. Okay, so you're just doing okay.
Force authorized. I warn you. Be silent. Close your eyes.
But what do you mean Flynn's go bar? He doesn't get a burst until his second thing. So you just forgo the. I guess maybe yeah. Okay. Stop it. All right. Now theoretically, one of the values, by the way, of doing this with Flynn's is being able to big burst on him. So the ideal here, for example, is do this. I didn't. God damn it. Okay. Yeah, do this, right. Oh, don't die. Yeah, die. Yeah, theoretically, the thing to do with Electro Traveler, not necessarily every rotation, but use Electro Traveler to enable you to big burst more in Flynn's is like one of the main things it can do for you. That was bad. Maybe not actually. I don't know.
Use of force authorized.
Brain. NA on EMC to proc fab and then skill on her after the shield is up. That's what I did a little bit before, but it seemed to be unnecessary. Why? Brain.
Use of force authorized. I warn you. Observe.
I know E. I know Q. That is kind of needed.
Use of force authorized. I warn you.
For Q.
Fear the dark.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, the interruption. Oh my god.
Close your eyes. Fear the dark. Observe.
Bro, I like actually just cannot avoid damage in this phase.
Use of force authorized. I warn you.
Stand clear.
Be silent. Observe. To dust.
Okay, better. Okay.
Absorption test.
Close your eyes. To dust. Be silent. Fear the dark.
Okay. What is electric travel's cooldown? 20 seconds. Oh. Wait, do you even need to burst every rotation? I don't even know if you do.
Close your eyes. Be silent. Nightfall.
I should have bursted there. Ow.
Close your eyes.
I'm so not used to having to fight this guy without any defensive utility. I don't think you burst every rotation with Electric Traveler. I didn't get enough energy. Oh my. Ow. I don't know if it hurts to do it, but okay. Well, I didn't get any energy refunding there, so you know. Bro, I didn't. Freaking the Electro Swirls are so annoying. Oh my god, are you serious? Oh my gosh, okay. I might have to try this more off camera. After I am done streaming and I take a break. By off camera, I mean not when live. Oh, this is by far the most miserable one to optimize of in-ear clears. And the fact that you got 100... How long did this take you, Tars? You know you gave me Abyss comps where I die. Look, sir. I had to challenge you in some way. I know that this what this is, but I also have other things to optimize. I understand. It's fine. It's fine. I should have been able to get this world there. Whatever. The damage doesn't matter. I hate... Can this game stop being so zoomed in, by the way? Whatever. I didn't have... Took you 20 minutes? Oh, okay. Zoom out. What? Had a harder time with Drake because I was trying a different comp. Interesting. How much did you play with this team before? Out of curiosity.
Close your eyes. Observe. Be silent. To dust.
Alright. Might as well do that. There we go. Okay, how... It's kind of hard to avoid those, picking those up with Sucrose and Dino. I think the solution is die. No, the solution doesn't do that. Oh my god, why did I do that? Okay. That was the TTDS rotation too.
Observe. Fear the dark. Fear the dark.
Oh my god. Oh. Literally nothing. First timing blends. Alright, I guess. Yeah. My excuse is that Tars is a 5-year traveler main. That's my excuse.
Stand clear.
Close your eyes. Observe. Close your eyes. To dust.
Ow.
Lightning flash. Thunder flash.
How did I pick up the whatever? Ah!
Observe. Be silent. To dust. Observe. To dust.
Why? Oh my god, it's like so freaking impossible. I don't even think I got a freaking swirl there. Okay, I think I have to I think I know into Electro Traveler.
Use of force authorized. I warn you.
No, I didn't pick up the well, whatever, I got it first. Alright, yep.
Close your eyes. Observe. Be silent. Fear the dark.
Lightning flash. The rainbow. Bellowing thunder. Stand clear.
Close your eyes. Night falls. Be silent.
Okay. Here I think we I know.
Take this.
And then we do this. And then we do this.
Observe. Be silent.
You know.
Observe. To dust.
The rainbow. Stand clear.
Didn't get the thing again. Okay. Seems tricksy to try to actually get the
Close your eyes. Fear the dark.
get the buff. All right, get big burst. But brain.
Observe.
Aww. I didn't really, my bad. I should have paid more attention.
Close your eyes.
No, don't. Oh my god, you picked it up.
Be silent. Close your
Could have used a big burst there.
dark. Night falls.
Okay. Big burst. Alright. I don't think this will take me that long. I don't think it'll take me that long. Trying to clear, just testing. I'm trying to clear.
Use of force authorized. I warn you. Looks like mine.
Oop, I thought I was on Sucrose, so I was getting confused.
Finished.
Why couldn't I?
Be silent. Fear the dark.
That was terrible. Terrible. DPS check isn't there right now? It's not a DPS problem, it's a gameplay problem.
Use of force authorized. I warn you. Looks like violence.
Animal test 60.
Observe.
Okay. Yeah. That's like that like not getting Glenn's big burst backs really sucks. If he was reaching a breakpoint where he got his big burst there, I feel like we'd be in a little bit better of a situation. Like it'd be a lot easier to optimize this.
Stand clear.
Close your eyes. Beware the creature.
We're Let's see if it works out there. I don't think it worked out there. No. Okay. I don't think this is a Flynn's build against in Stygian here, at least right now, that can do big bursting very often. It might make sense, but basically, if like the Electro Traveler particles allowed me to Flynn's big burst and then do 2 mini bursts, I could use his mini burst after the first rotation to. I could use his big burst to break the shield properly, and then save 2 mini bursts for the down phase.
Use of force authorized. I warn you.
Why would you want to do that? Yep.
Observe. Close your eyes. Steady now.
No.
Be silent.
You know. Wait, what am I doing? TDDS sucrose? Yeah.
Use of force authorized. I warn you.
Stand clear.
Close your eyes.
What? God, the timing on that frickin' attack. Garbage.
Be silent. Night falls.
Why? Fav on I know? No. I'm using the builds as they are.
Use of force authorized. I warn you.
Animal test.
Observe.
I didn't. Well, whatever. See what happens. I don't know. No, I can't get the mini burst before the cloud goes away.
Use of force authorized. I warn you.
Absorption test.
Be silent. Observe. Be silent. Fear the dark.
Why? I'm really trying to get that second mini burst tick that goes through the second shield. I do think that matters.
Use of force authorized. I warn you.
That's not what I'm doing.
Observe. Be silent. To dust.
Why?
Use of force authorized. I warn you.
Stand clear.
Oh, I forgot to see you. Oops.
Be silent. Night falls.
Lightning flash. Bellowing thunder. Wing down weather bomb. Animal test.
Oh my god.
Fear the dark.
Oh no, they are there. Okay, good. Try this one. I really wish it was easier to pick up the things separately. Yeah, see, we don't have the energy to be able to do. Yeah, no. Okay, I'm just not gonna use Flynn's big burst like ever. I thought it made sense there, but no.
Use of force authorized.
Stand clear.
Observe. Be silent. To dust.
Why can't I get that anymore?
Animal test.
Close your eyes. Observe. Be silent.
Lightning flash. Wing down. Absorption test.
Observe. To dust.
I didn't pre-stack. Oh my god. I you know, I kind of hate Jade Spear on him, by the way, because you want to do like you want to EE, and then you want to pre-stack before you cast the burst, which I just I don't like decreasing the one flexibility he has, which is the timing of I mean, there's upsides. Whatever. It's clunky. It's clunky. That's all. I'm gonna try to do this off camera, or not off camera when I'm not streaming. Anyways, there's a little preview of Tarz's account. I'm gonna see if I can clear that for the video before the banner is done, or before the Stygian Onslaught's done today. But you know, possibility of MZ triggering lunar reaction. I mean, they do. Yeah. So, target time? No, it was a clear attempt. Alright, anyways. Oops, click wrong button again. Thanks for letting me on your account, Tars. I'll log in again in a little bit here. After I take a break after streaming. My blinds are closed. It feels really dark in my room, but I think it just feels dark and my brain's tired. I got a proper amount of sleep, but my brain does not seem to agree right now. Alright. 5 is max tax, so E to NA does the burst count as a buffed hit. I believe 7, well, how many instances of hits? I don't know. It's either, that might be, but either way, I'm not like, I wasn't like pre-stacking them at all. So, that's the main problem. Opinion on Durin? He seems fun. For team building. I don't think, he doesn't seem to be obnoxiously overpowered right now. It wouldn't surprise me if his damage gets nerfed to balance out his buffing versus damage version more. Like I'm not against minor tweaks of his kit or whatever. I don't really quite get why he's not allowed to buff cryo. That confuses me, to be honest. But I don't know. I like it. He seems fun at a team building level. Look at all his damn dots. If I get another copy of Rena's Stick, by the way, and just doing some wishes, like I said, I'm probably gonna do at least a couple 10 pulls in this banner. It would be really nice if I could at least get a copy of, like, I'd be happy with R1 of the 4-star catalyst. I would love to get refines too, but we'll see. And then the polearm is interesting to me. The sword is kind of interesting, but now that we know it's not really that relevant on Durin, it's kind of whatever. Actually, what sword do I use on Durin? I have the privilege of having 5-star swords, but I guess it's probably a Jade Cutter route. Yeah, Jade Cutter or Foliar, or are you Finale of the Deep? If you have a healer, you have to clear his bomb though, so the healing has to happen while you're on field with him. But this would be kind of funny from the context of just completely annihilating his energy needs. No, he doesn't buff melts. Did I say he buff melts? I meant to say he doesn't. Did I not just say he doesn't buff cryo? I said he doesn't buff cryo, right? No, whatever. Yeah, he doesn't buff cryo. I'm aware. And I don't get why he doesn't buff cryo. Because there's no context where that would have mattered. Oh, talking about Jay, yeah. I don't know. I guess for me, it's probably going to be just Jade Cutter or Vanilla with the Deep. Most likely. Well, there might be a team context where you consider putting Sapwood Blade on him. Actually, I don't know if anyone's looked at it yet, but wait. Is Durin a good last slot Nefer teammate? Because 20% red shred, some damage off field, plus buffing from Sapwood Blade. Maybe. That would be funny. C1 Jean or C1 Mona? On their own, C1 Mona is more relevant, I think. C1 Jean does get you towards, well, it's yeah, C1 Mona, I think. Like just increasing reaction damage and vaporize and whatever. is enough at a baseline. The frozen duration extension doesn't work, by the way, but yeah. Let me know if you want a voice call later. Yeah, I'll jump on a call with you later, Tars. We need to record the intro at least. Day 365 asking for Mona content and wait for Durin at this point. She's probably in it. I will work on finishing leveling ish. By finishing leveling, I'm not gonna like crown or anything. But level 8 or 9 talents at least. Including normal attack talent, so, you know. Wait, how much of the... I guess we can find out just by... Here, do this. Ooh, wow, yeah, okay. Yep, this is definitely something I need to plan around. I need more of those. But yeah. See one Mona better for Flynn's than a non-C6 Ino? I don't think so, no. Her burst doesn't do anything. But is she an alternative to Ino if you have a Nefa? Yeah. Because you can use, I don't know, Yehoda plus Mona on TDDS. Why Yehoda? Because if you're using Sucrose, you don't use... I don't know, because you don't need to burst on her. There's no reason to burst on her, right? So it's gonna get a dedicated set with 30 plus crit rate to make J Cutter awkward again. Maybe. What does he ascend with? Because I saw his weapon has crit rate substat. The fact that his weapon has 33 crit rate, I think, makes it slightly less likely he's going to have a free 30 crit rate set. I feel like his artifact set is just going to be like a bunch of burst damage bonus. Crit damage? Yeah, that makes sense. So I feel like his artifact set's just going to be a bunch of damage bonus. Maybe EM 2-piece or whatever. I don't think... I'm not that worried about J Cutter with being awkward on him, even long term. We'll see. We'll see. On a triple crown, eventually named your dog after Mona, so she's important to you. Nice. Yeah, hopefully Mona content soon. Oh yeah. So what was I getting this stream with? Yeah. Well, oh, by the way, I realized last night in bed, I realized I didn't do the I don't think I did this quest last week. I think. I don't remember. I might have. I don't remember. I couldn't remember, and I didn't want to get out of bed, and I didn't feel like logging in to Genshin on my phone to check. But let's do it now. Not gonna be emblem? No, his energy cost is 37.
Wonder what sort of thing she'll talk about today. Let's hope she's in the mood to share. Colombina? Oh, it looks like something's bothering her.
If characters don't build,
Not this one either, then. What about this?
like technically for his personal damage, emblem. No, it would be worse. Like Noblesse is a better set to build him for damage on than emblem is, essentially.
Not this blue, then.
Oh, I can put the chat back. That's okay. Noblesse. I mean, he does burst damage, and Noblesse gives attack. And it's more attack. It would give more attack and damage bonus to him than doing 2-piece. And then it buffs the team too. So.
Oh, it's
Hope
you.
the Flynn's clears in that cringe later. I don't think it will be that bad, but part of it is I just don't enjoy optimizing Flynn's that much.
Could you help me? I'll be sure to return the favor.
I don't hate it, but I don't know. He's a weird one to optimize is all.
Are you kidding?
Why? I haven't done quest yet. It's only like the second or third one. I think the second one.
We'd help you even if you had
Also, it's not really a quest. It's just a little bit of Colombina dialogue, but I understand if you want to bounce out for a second. I'm not going to be doing the quest for 10 minutes or anything. This is an FYI. I'm going to go do an artifact route.
Well, to be precise.
So, anyways,
this
I
creature's the one that needs
don't think
help.
Durin is going to have a very universal best set. It's going to just depend on the team for a while. But he always wants to burst. So Noblesse is going to be one of the better options.
The Kuhenki?
But yeah, this is not a real quest. This is just a little bit of dialogue that happens
This
weekly
little
with
one
Colombina.
procured a paintbrush somewhere, and upon returning to my side, proceeded to swish about happily. I found a canvas and some paint for her, but though some time has passed, her attempts to mix the colors she desires have met with little success.
Whoa! Where did you come from?
Durin on Emblem? Did you just join or are you trolling? Because I just said Emblem doesn't really make sense. Most likely. Emblem doesn't give much burst damage bonus. Unless you have a bunch of energy. Durin is going to be 2-piece, 2-piece. Noblesse. Noblesse is a freaking set that is actually more valuable to farm for crit substats on than you might realize anyways. You know, Deepwood with Kniech Emily might be ideal. You know, like there's just not, like, sorry, give up is my point. Give up until they maybe release an artifact set for him, which is a good chance of, I think. Like there is not going to be a best artifact set option for him. This is just kind of the case for any off-fielder in general in the game at this point, but like Noblesse is not going to be universal. I'm not saying you need to spend 80,000 resin on a Noblesse, right?
Looks like she's taken an interest in your pack.
But it likely will be the best option in some contexts. And I think arguably is going to be his most universal one. What did I miss in the Nefer nerf? She has 100 less EM now. She had 200 base EM originally, like Llama did. Which, Llama having 200 base EM is just stupid, but she has 200 less. She has 100 less EM than she did before, which is a not insignificant downgrade in Genshin terms for her total damage. Like we're talking like in the 5 to 8-ish% range, I believe, for a DPS downgrade. But like 5 to 8k. But does that actually matter? Does it actually matter for a breakpoint that will determine whether or not you will clear content when you're playing with Nefer? Probably not. Almost assuredly not. It just doesn't matter. But it is most likely to be noticed on if you're going to play Nefer without Llama. And that's the most stupid thing about it, is it, in my opinion, just shows like how much they effed up with Llama. The fact that they're choosing to nerf Nefer. And they really done bungled, in my opinion, with Llama and Nefer. With Llama's balance, not with Nefer's balance. Nefer is just their balance. They're removing some damage from Nefer because, hey guys, Colombina's out. She buffs 800 elemental mastery. Anyways, I don't know actually, just to be clear, but she buffs something. I would almost bet you. Nerf makes it so you need to have better EM rolls? No, you don't. Wait, what do you mean you need to have better? No, more EM is just more damage. How about this? It's orange. I like the orange. The orange is going to contrast better with all the blue here. Why? Llama is great. She's broken as hell. I think she's the least balanced character they released in the game, quite frankly. Power creeping Nahida is not very chill. Making it so that you need to get Llama for the next character, the next 5-star being released the next patch, or you get the experience of playing a character from 3 years ago, is a little questionable too. To be clear, I think she's still completely usable without Llama for the vast majority of the player base. But like, why is so much of Nefer's power budget in Llama? It didn't have to be. They could have put more of Nefer's power budget in Nefer's kit and not Llama's kit. And Llama could have still been a humongous upgrade, but less of a humongous upgrade.
Kuhenki could do art. Kuhenki are much like us in truth. Each one has its own personality and hobby.
I strongly feel that the only problem the primary problem Nefer has is Llama. So, yeah.
Does that mean you can tell all the Kuhenki and Nakrai
TDS and Sukra's better, or EM 5-star for Flynn's teams? If you have Wandering Evenstar can be competitive, but I think it needs refines to be competitive technically. Otherwise, you just have TDS cooldown. You have TDS in every other rotation. Like 24% attack is functionally what the average comes out to be if you're only getting the buff every other rotation. But 24% attack every average of 24% attack for every rotation is pretty good. Like that's a not insignificant increase for Flynn's. But if you're running Flynn's and Nefa with Sucrose on Wandering Evenstar, it can be, I believe, competitive. Player with Nuvula and Zhongli, she turns a deer run, which is awesome. Don't think I'll get Nefer. Yeah, that's fair. But your experience will be 99% the same if they removed some of the power. Like I literally talked about earlier, Monophon. There is parts of Nefer's kit. Sorry, parts of Nefer's kit. There's parts of Llama's kit, multiple parts, that are literally you could replace the words with, if your name is Nefer, you get this buff. There's multiple parts in her kit that are that. They could literally remove those parts from her kit and your experience with Nuvula and Zhongli would be exactly the same. Right? That's the problem. She's overpowered as hell without Nefer. I think too strong without Nefer, personally. And she is even more shield with Nefer. She's even more like overpowered with Nefer than she is, or overpowered at a baseline. Is basically what it is.
Name?
And Nefer herself got nerfed here right before her release. Heavily in part, in my opinion, because Llama's already out. And Gacha communities are not chill with characters being nerfed after the fact, and I think they should have just nerfed Llama after the fact. If they found Nefer to be too strong, then Llama should have been nerfed after the fact. Not nerf Nefer right before she releases. That's my personal take, which is a hot take because Gacha players despise characters changing after release. But I don't know. I would have taken a tent pole for free. Make it so that Llama's Ascendant Gleam passive does not buff Nefer. That would be a similar, maybe slightly more of a downgrade. Yeah, probably slightly more, but it could be tweaked slightly too. It doesn't have to just be straight up removed. But make it so like stupid Ascendant Gleam passive for Llama doesn't really do much for Nefer at all, and then don't change Nefer at all. That means Nefer doesn't change at all without Llama, but it's just made a little bit worse with Llama specifically. And then you can get a free temple in the mail. And all that ability really did in the first place, from like a meta utility level, was buffing Nefer anyways.
We recognize
like,
each other, and that's an... That doesn't mean you have to continue.
That would have been the better thing to do. So.
Let's think. Luanatar means...
I don't like when they do that. Having combos is fine, not on purpose feels bad. Yep.
So, what would... I think it would be...
Okay.
Naus? Ooh, sounds nice.
What does that passive do? It was the bloom buff? No, there's the Nascent Gleam passive, which is when you only have one Nodcry, aka only Llama, in the team. You get the crit buff. Then you have, if you have... Oh, that's great. This freaking spirit can paint well. Man. I'll take a screenshot. Wow. Anyways,
I was expecting something a lot more childish, or you know,
what was this thing?
mellowsing like.
The Ascending Gleam passive. So you lose the Bloom critting buff when you have two Nodcries in her, in the team with Llama, and then you get
The Kuhenki are adept at
you get 10% crit rate and 20% crit damage.
Creating what they've seen, they tend to capture things exactly at. It looks like Colombina.
Did all that with the orange paint we give it, yeah. Yeah, that's true. This is a true artist.
Llama said your birth was recorded by the Frost Moon
Oh got nerfed about Nefer? Oh my god. She lost EM. Why is everyone joining now? That's funny. She lost EM. She got nerfed slightly. No, it doesn't matter. If you didn't hear about it, chances are it doesn't matter to you. If you did hear about it and you don't know what kind of effect it will have on your experience, chances are it won't affect your experience. It's fine. It's just a minor balancing change. I mean, not really minor. On the scale of like, relative to the kinds of changes they do to character kits, it's actually a meaningful DPS downgrade to lose 100 EM for her base EM. But a meaningful DPS downgrade doesn't really result in an experience change necessarily. Durin leaks, yeah, it looks cool. I talked about it much more earlier. You just painted another picture? What is she holding? Is she holding some bread?
What's she doing by the altar? Oh.
Yeah, she is.
So
Okay.
she was eating the offerings.
And what else would you do? If people offer you food, if you are revered as a god by your cult, and they offer, and you're just like, stop revering me as a god, they're like, no. And then like, here, have some food.
Was I not supposed to?
Yeah, what else do you do with the food?
Oh, no. It's just a bit.
Stop judging, Paimon.
Well, they were...
Fair point.
Yes, I understand.
More excited for Yoda than Durin. I mean, arguably,
Give me your
if they're
hand.
going to continue doing Abyss Cycles and Stygians with you must use 2 Nod Cries or deal double the damage to clear this content,
It's not like that. This is proof that we're...
then Yehoda might arguably have more of an impact on team building and people's abilities to clear content than Durin would, amusingly. Which is, well, I was gonna say it's fine. It's not fine. Prefer they just didn't make enemies like that, but whatever. Anyways, it was a fun little quest. Not really a quest, just fun little bit of dialogue. Quests I feel like have to require us doing something. We didn't really do anything. We gave them a fruit. Okay. So, is anyone... I need to look up... There it is. I need to look up images. I have one open, but I think it doesn't have very good... It's not very thorough. I could go look up 7 Please on a secondary channel, made a video, I know, going over the artifact spots. We could just go look at that, I guess. So we just use that to go and mark down. I've been intending to do this forever. Go and mark down the artifact collection spots in this region, because it's like a 10-minute route in this region that gets you like 80k XP. And not one of them is here. Call them hangouts like in Zenless, yeah. They are kind of like that. I don't even remember what the Zenless ones are called. Alright. Yeah, this spot has a whole bunch. Okay. Any more? Yeah, right there. Okay. I'm gonna put 2 stickers here so I remember that. There's another one. There's more here. So I remember there's front and back. Okay. So Durin League, but wait, are we getting Colombina? Has that been confirmed? In 6.2? No, she's in 6.3. The Archons, or whatever whoever they're positioning as Archon uses, but in the 0.3 patches, I believe. Just the 0.3 patch timing has shifted slightly over time. I think that's normal, right? Wait, it's not. No, wait, Farina came out in 5.2, right? Maybe they only started doing that last year. I don't remember. But no, Durin, it's Durin and Yehoda in 6.2. Colombina should be in 6.3. So. It was 0.2 for not hitting Farina? Okay, yeah, so never mind, I got that mixed up. Okay, yeah, let's just look up the video. So Reed says in 6.3, yeah. Delay Colombina, let us continue being like, what the hell is her kit for another 7 years. Continually being like, what are the ramifications of Colombina's kit? No. I can't wait till 6 weeks from now, where we have the equivalent version of today, where there was a bunch of info dump about, you know, 6.2. At the very end of 6.1, we'll have a bunch of info dump about 6.3, and we should properly have Colombina's kit and maybe her animations 6 weeks from now. So it'll finally be over. We'll finally be able to know how f***ing broken is Colombina gonna be. So yeah. Time to save. Yeah, I know, right? I really should not wish on the weapon banner for Nefer if I want to save my resources for getting Durin and getting Colombina. If they weren't buffing a whole bunch of other characters with Durin and doing the Hexen Circle weird thing, I wouldn't feel much desire to get Durin, to be honest, but they're too good at making units I do actually want nowadays. Anyways. Like I really should, like, arguably just skip Nefer or whatever, but I don't know, she seems fun. She's someone to use a guarantee on, but yeah. You're doing a video on who to pick for the constellation selector? Why the hell do you think I do that now? You think I'm gonna make a video on the constellation selector now? Isn't it going away? Or no, it does. It has something weird, like it's extended for. I think it's extended for some people. I don't remember what the conditions for it were, or they even announced that. I thought they said something about that, but I'm not gonna make that video now. But I already did, anyways. I literally already did, and it was basically just a slightly different version of the one I made last year, except for, well, things are power creeping now, so arguably it just doesn't even matter anymore. Just pick whoever you like. Not the standard character, the 8-week one. Oh. Pick whoever you like. It doesn't matter. Sorry. None of these characters' constellations are relevant enough. The only question I think you have to ask yourself for what to pick here is, even if you don't have C6 of any standard banner character, is do you just pick the standard banner characters even if you don't play them in order to progress them closer to C6, in order to make it so that you can get level 90, or sorry, level 95, level 100, the Stella Fortuna material sooner? If not, I don't know, get the constellations and the characters you think you're actually going to play. I don't think it requires a video, in my opinion. But maybe, I don't know, maybe if enough people next week start asking about it more, because next week is when it'll actually be, maybe if I see a lot of people asking it next week, maybe I will, I guess. But like, it's an obviously, maybe enough people are asking the question, I should just do the obvious thing and make that video. I just think it's a useless video. I think it's a useless video. You just need to ask yourself if you give a shit about level 100 in characters in the future. If you do, then choose standard banner characters, because, yeah. Otherwise, it's like, yeah, C1, if you have C1 Nilu and you're close to C2 Nilu and you're gonna play Nilu, okay, probably choose C2 Nilu. Eula's C1 I think is kind of okay. But like, Shenhe's C1 is actually kind of okay. Yai C1 is meh. Xiao C1 is bad. Ganyu C1 is okay. But again, these are all like, if you're actually going to play the character, then yeah, choose it, sure, right? So I don't know, if I want to make make a really lazy video really quickly for the weekend, maybe, I guess, I don't know. Oh yeah, I was looking up the thing. Where's my browser? That why is it sorry? There it is. Okay. Google. Oh gosh, okay. Sorry, I need to burping randomly. Hopefully you can't hear it. It's gross, but take a drink of water. Could make it a short. Honestly, yeah, I could. That's a good point. Short for cons to select. But yeah, and like in my case, to be clear, I'm not quite sure what I want to do, other than like, I want to get Yai C3, I want to get Nilu C2. So Nilu C2 would be fun to mess around with Nefer. and for without Nefer, to be clear. And then like but then from there we get into the territory of like where like Shenhe C1 is somewhat tempting, because I having gone from C0 to C1 Shenhe on my Polar Only account, I really liked C1 Shenhe for giving her more flexibility for how to fit into different kinds of teams, and I wouldn't mind having it. But at the same time, after I get Yai, we're in the territory of characters I don't play that often. Like, yeah, C1 Ganyu, C1 Yula could have a meaningful effect. But I could also just choose to get, because you can get 4th per year, right? But I could also just choose to get like Kaching, Mona, Dia, or the other standard characters to get them closer to C6. And that would give me more level 90 for level Fortuna material, right? I could get level 95 Sethos instead of choosing to get C1 Shenhe, right? So, yeah. Try to do a splice run with DPS Lonnie where you do both sides of the abyss and try to match each side's time. I should maybe do that more, yeah. I don't think it's really relevant this abyss though, because crab and bloom shilling in general, but C1 R1 Flynn saving for Colombina, enough primos to pull one more. Who to pick? No Natlan Fontaine characters. I mean, if you're heckabent on trying to get the most out of Flynn's, maybe a Nefa still. But we don't, depends on what Colombina's kit exactly ends up being. If Colombina ends up having defensive utility in her kit, oh my gosh, okay, there we go. Look up this video. I think I found it. So please. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'll show the video. I guess I'll link the video if you want to look it up yourself. God damn it. So we're gonna follow along with this video.
Take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
From 7 Please. 7 Please 2. He has his main channel, but where he posts more regularly, but he posted a video here which is just going over the artifact route. Honestly, I'm just going to use his mini-map. Actually, just this alone might be fine, but that one in the ocean doesn't seem exactly accessible, but anyways, I'll actually watch the video if I struggle to find anything. Okay, I don't think that was a spot in the ocean for actual artifact spots. Anyways, there's a few over here we need to get somewhere. But yeah, I mean, I don't own any of Natlan Fontaine characters. Yeah, no, I understand what you meant. But yeah, I mean, it depends if your goal is to... Is your priority goal to min-max Flynn's? Or is your priority goal to start clearing the end game more comfortably? Because if your priority goal is to start clearing end game more comfortably, you should pull more units in general. We got a spin crystal. That would be my bet. Let's see. Some over here. And which units? I don't know. You'd have to find units you enjoy, right? Obviously, the easy route is, generally speaking, a pick a build around DPS kind of thing. Probably not Nefer, because I assume you don't have Llama. Not that you need Llama, but you'd want to consider Llama on a rerun if you don't. So, I don't know, right? If we're talking only one more character with the primos you currently have, for the character's next patch, Arlecchino is a potential consideration because she's relatively flexible and versatile, but don't expect her to perform as well as Flynn's does at the same investment level. Where is this next one? Looks like it's right here, but Oh, it is right here. Okay. Yeah. It is basically all it is, I would say. Oh, what? These are all wrong. I need to have them be the same. Wait, what? Yeah, okay. I did make these. I need to be them the same. Have them be the same shape for my own sanity. Doot. Why did this one not change? There we go. Okay. Emily DPS be more viable now with Durin's release? Emily DPS is still pretty viable. You mean on-field Emily? Emily, Mawika, Durin, Bennett? I mean, yeah, if you want to just do Monopyro. I think Farina, Emily, Bennett, Durin would be more fun than Mawika, personally. Okay, we got those spots here. You know what, let's just actually follow along the video just to make sure I didn't miss anything. We're gonna watch at 2x speed though. Oh, he's already kind of 2x speed. I'm still gonna put the speed up higher. Yep, okay, got all those spots. So if you're wondering the relevance of doing this, you know, not that you should do this, I think, every other day, because that's probably a recipe for burnout, but a approximately 10-minute run to give you this much artifact XP in particular adds up a lot over time. So it's like a thing to do when you have time that is potentially very valuable. I have an artifact route that I have, but it takes definitely longer than 10 minutes to do, and this one's probably a bit more convenient. So, yeah. Where are these? Let's see if I can find them. I'll double check, make sure I didn't miss any. Yoink. Okay. Is that it? Might be it. I should probably type in what number of sparkle spots there, but I think I'll remember. Don't see anything else. Okay. Alright. Yep, I think that's a spot I already have marked.
The desert's a tough adversary, but it...
Yeah. Alright, double check anything behind me. Oh, there is one right there. Yep, okay. Favorite music album? I listened to enough music, I couldn't give you one album. But I'll give you an album I've enjoyed a lot lately right now, which is by the band called Parcels. I've mentioned them before on stream. It's by the band called Parcels, and the album is called Loved, in capital letters. Loved! Ready for full pulse with Never? I'm just gonna swipe. Well, best of luck. Hopefully it doesn't cost you much. And I hope it's worth it. Okay, these ones seem a little annoying. I assume it's up here. Don't see anything down there. Yep, okay. These ones might be ones I skip, but I don't know. It's not that annoying to climb there. Okay, next, there's apparently some up here too. Also seem not convenient routing wise. I wonder if the ideal route then might actually be going from here, running to here, and going here. Wait, there's this too. Oh, frick. Let's go watch what they do. What 7 does. It's that. Yep. That's what I just got. I mean, I guess using the flying carriage is fair. Frick switching to Chaskin when I don't want to use Chaskin overworld. Maybe use Lanyan. Okay, you teleport up. Okay. Alrighty. I'll maybe figure out my own route for characters that I actually like using in overworld. Nefer's free-to-play weapon. Either the craftable, which is very good, or Widzith. If you have R5 Widzith, you can just use R5 Widzith. If you have R5 Widzith, I wouldn't bother using the craftable, personally. Unless you just hate the RNG of Widzith, because Widzith uptime is not going to be very high. It only has one buff that's relevant for her. But Widzith is still good enough to be worth using. Okay, sure, we'll do that. Okay. Any more? Does not seem like it, unless there's more up here. There is. Oh, but that's nope. Never mind. Oh, what about these? Oh, there is here. Okay, I'll have to remember that. Oh, and there's some up here too. What the heck? Okay. Alright, so everything but the one seems to be artifacts up here. Yep. Alright, this is a very good spot then. Very much worth the time to go to. But yeah, my thinking is, without me using flying characters, the best route might be go here, run over here, jump down to here. Yeah, probably run here, go to here, go to here, go over here, and I can just teleport over here. Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, Nefer weapons. Other than the Widzith, than the craftable, there's some interesting potential with sack breaks. That with like, if you understand how to like rotation optimize around the skill resets, sack breaks could end up being very, very good for her. As a consideration as well, but probably only at high refine. So it's an R5 thing again, and again, like not in a. If you like rhythmic, consistent rotation teams, then probably not. Oh, is this one? I've done this on the other account. Wait. Oops, good timing. Wrong pin again? Oh yeah. Thank you. God dang it. There we go. This is a lot easier than aiming. On non-cry teams for Nefer? Oh yeah. It shouldn't even be as bad as Skirk because like she's not a hyper carry if you don't play her with double nod cry is what enables her to be in that hyper carry, right? Where basically all the I missed. Oh wait, it's different colors, isn't it? Yeah. Where basically all the team's DPS is her. What? And well, okay, got that one. If you're doing that, oh goddammit. If you want to do hyper carry where Nefer feels like she is contributing all the team DPS, then that's not really a thing with double nod cry, or without doing double nod cry. That's just how she's designed, and I think it's fine. But if you don't play her with 2 nod cry as a unit, she can still just be a normal Dendro unit. She doesn't turn off the Dendro reaction. She can be an on-field Dendro driver. She can get decent spread damage. She's Alhaitham-like in having, you know, partial EM scaling, partial attack scaling for her non-like Lunar Bloom damage. I'd have to actually double check if she can get any Lunar Bloom damage at all. I'm not sure if she gets, because you might be able to do, you know, like Quick Bloom Nefer and get some Lunar Bloom damage. I'm not sure, or it might be none. Not too worried about it. But yoink. All right. So yeah, I plan on that'll definitely be one of the things I'm testing. Not tomorrow, but on Wednesday we'll do a testing stream. Okay. Making sure I didn't miss anything. Rainbow Nefer, yeah. But yeah, she should be, and because of the fact that she can be just a generic, but She can be a generic gender utility unit. Is part of the reason I think I will enjoy her a lot. Is like I will have plenty of control over making her not be an over. Okay, this is one of the big market areas. Okay, this is going to be the one that's going to take me a little bit longer to learn. But let's go down here. Actually, while we're over here, the ability I have to control if I want Nefer to be overpowered as hell and doing a shit ton of personal damage herself, or if I just want her as a generic utility on-field unit, I think makes her is going to make her a unit I will enjoy, and she'll always have her like charge attack cancels and stuff, so she'll feel the same to play but have different relative contributions to the team, and that's cool. I like that. She's, I think, like sneakily a fairly modal utility unit. Unlike Skirk, where I think you kind of have to go out of your way to try. Oh, well, Skirk was not too dissimilar, I guess. But anyways, I wonder if this is. Oh, that's a shrine. I see. Yeah. Since you're low-key a whale, what's your vertical investment in Nefer? How often do whales do top-ups in your book? Because I don't know why this keeps on happening lately. Why do people keep on saying I'm a fucking whale? I'm pretty sure by most people's definition I am not a whale. But if spending any amount of money on top-ups is whale, sure. But like, the only top-ups I did recently were the stupid Yelan video, or the level 100 video. Which, sure, you can consider that whale bullshit, I guess. But like, that was for the video concept. It was very obviously a dumb as fuck thing to do. You know what I mean? No, I don't know what you mean, because you're implying that I'm going to spend money for Nefer, and I don't like it. Sorry. I'm literally not intending to spend any money. I'm not spending a damn dime on her. So what I get vertically invested on Nefer is completely dependent on what RNG gives me. You get characters what constellations I need to be? No, I don't. I get constellations for characters I like or I otherwise see team building value on. But yeah, at best I'm a dolphin. And a lot of the money I spent on this account has been just dumb content creator decisions. But yeah, a lot of the most impactful constellations in this account I didn't get from spending any money. I got from making questionable decisions. So, yeah. I didn't spend anything extra for C2 Farina. I didn't spend anything extra for this. No, that was just luck. I didn't spend anything for Llama C1. So, arguably, I guess, because of the fact that I made the stupid Yelan video, you could argue that. Not even argue. You could just say that, yeah, some amount of money was contributed to getting Nefer. That is not wrong, I guess, fundamentally. But anyways, as far as vertical investment in Nefer, I plan on doing a few pulls into the weapon banner, because I want... if I get her weapon, that'd be cool, I guess. I wouldn't mind having that as an option for her and other characters. It's what makes me more fine with doing some pulls in the weapon banner. But it could go very poorly very quickly if I like Gamba brain rot and choose to spend too many pulls on it, right? Why'd I go over here? I need to be good actually with marking spots here. So I do want to put a sticker here. I don't think I need to put a sticker in the other spot. That was over here. So I'll notice that as I walk up to the other spot. Well, although I didn't notice it. Actually, you know, I will. Because maybe I won't. It's a little out of the way. Okay. Leveled any artifacts for Nefer yet? Yeah. So this is with the crit damage weapon. So this would be either with Widzith, or if I... again, the Gacha banner has the 4 stars on it. I would like to get 1 copy of the Catalyst. If I get dupes of it, that'd be cool. But I like that the Catalyst, at least for Nefer and some other characters, is Widzith, but let's remove the RNG, but only give the EM buff. Like the Catalyst is an interesting enough weapon that I want to have it for Nefer or for potential older or future character uses. We'll see what happens. Don't wish just for 4 stars. I'm not wishing just for 4 stars. I'm fine with getting the 5-star weapon too. I don't want to get free to stick though. I will be thrown in the trash. Farina's stick is more valuable as XP to me than anything. And if I end up getting it, I will throw it in the trash. So, yeah. So anyways, you sold me on Skirk. I was really surprised how flexible and fun she was. Yeah. She is much more flexible and fun than I thought, for sure. Or I thought she was going to be flexible and fun. Sorry. I guess she wasn't more fun than I thought. That's misrepresenting things. I thought she was going to be flexible and fun pre-release, and it's one of the reasons I would look forward to her. I will say that I guess in some part of the reason I wanted to get her weapon was in part to make her more flexible and stronger in her non-ideal use cases, and I do feel that. Going for C1 was stupid though, but whatever. I will say that. Part of the reason I went for C1, remember, was also because I was wishing for Dahlia copies, and I didn't get very many Dahlia copies. So, anyways. Yehoda C6 is still worse than Sucrose or Flynn's outside of needing the sustain? Wait, really? Why? That genuinely is confusing. She buffs 100 EM. I guess is it just because she doesn't buff the buff EM for Inefa? Is Farina's stick that bad? I mean, I ain't gonna touch it. You want to see what weapon I have that I never use? The only reason I have this is because some viewer donated pulls for me during the Siegeween banner, and they wanted me to wish on Siegeween's weapon banner, and I ended up getting this, and I leveled it, and I used it, and I was like, wow, cool. You can see it's on Kirara. I get much more utility out of this on Kirara than I do on Farina. And if I want to do weird min-maxy things with a 5-star weapon with Farina, I'll use this, not this. So, I don't know. It's a pretty bad weapon. I don't feel like going into it though. But yes, my Never build is pretty good. It's not really that much artifact luck, to be honest, because this was lucky to get, but it rolled like shit garbage. It rolled once into crit damage, 3 times into HP, and once into defense, and then I re-rolled it, and the re-roll is fine. Like, this is a perfectly okay circlet by most people's standards. This is very good, but I've been playing the game for 3.5 years, longer than 3.5 years in this account at this point. You end up getting, so I don't know, I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't have EM double crit goblets, mind you. They are the rarest goblets. I do think it can be sensible to craft elixirs. Like I still might even do it. I might use 4 elixirs to craft an EM double crit goblet on set for Nefer, because it'll give me a lot more build options for her. Forgot I had that. But I don't know, I just, I've had that for a while. It's my best EM goblet by far. Well, not by far. It's not that much better than my other EM goblets, but and then this was crafted. And then I also got this after, which is a little bit worse than this piece. And then this this was the most recent one I got that was lucky. A little bit of low roll values, but it rolled all into crits, so thank you. And then this I got relatively early on, which was, this is the kind of piece that I think most people would make the mistake of throwing away, right? Like if you don't throw away this kind of piece for a Nefer, just don't. I'm talking like before you roll it in particular. Obviously, if you roll it and it rolls all into defense, duh. But like honestly, this being a 4-line even would be a reroll potential piece, right? Like if I want to perfect my Nefer build, I don't need really crit rate stats at this point. If I'm running a crit rate circlet, I would need more crit damage or EM stats. So, but a completely min-max Nefer build would probably run a crit damage circlet, but with heavier crit rate substats across the entire build than I have. But instead, I managed to have the like I specifically like having gotten this, and then having this goblet with heavy crit damage stats, and then I already had this. I knew that what I needed was just to get a timepiece that had mostly crit damage stats, and I got lucky, fairly lucky with that, with the craftable. Nothing insane, but it's good luck. But I don't know. I think if you think I had insane luck for this build, it's actually not that insane of luck. And like, yeah, oh, you got lucky getting this piece, sure. But I did spend like at least, I spent most of my res in the whole patch in the domain. And the roll values here are not that high. And on top of that, like, let's go to the alternate reality where this has 2 less crit rolls. Let's just delete the crit rate from here. Delete the crit rate from the face of the earth. Would that change my overall Nefer experience? Not really. Like, yeah, she'd crit a little bit less consistently. I'd go from 92 crit rate to 87 crit rate. Oh no. Like, I don't know. So anyways. The reason I'm saying I don't think it's luck is because I've built a lot of goddamn characters in this game at this point. And pretty much every one of my characters' building experience for getting artifacts for them has followed a pretty consistent curve of like resin invested relative to what the like overall substat quality looks like. Nefer is a little bit more of a pain in the ass if you are starting from a standpoint of not having any good EM pieces, EM double crit pieces in timepiece or goblet. In which case, if you are not, then you should strongly consider using since the patch is ended today, maybe you should strongly consider trying to use elixirs to craft an EM onset goblet, I would say. So yeah. And then from a very min-maxy perspective, if I was going to try to improve it from here, yeah, like it's gonna depend on any future artifacts I get that are very rare pieces. So like double crit EM 4-line pieces with high roll starts is where I need to improve my build. Have a real chance of improving my build. Don't need them. But yeah. So yeah. Oh yeah, we were doing. I was like, what are we doing? Where next? Oh, there's one up there on the fucking plant. Oh my god. Okay, that's a pain in the ass. Okay, so go up here. I refuse to use Chaska for doing artifact routes, I'm sorry. Okay. And then fall down, I see. And then you go to the main area. Okay. That's a pain in the ass. Can I look at your Nefer build? Sure. Oops, I'm going that way. Wait, this way, right? Wait. Is it just the one here? Double check. Yeah, it was just that. Okay, never mind. And then it was over here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't need Chaska. It's not that much faster. Oops. Oh wait, I forget to go down. Yeah, okay. That's not that bad. Okay. It's not that much climbing. What's next? I don't see anything. Okay. Okay, transform into an Asha, zoop all the hell way over here. Okay. Where is that Asha? Somewhere in the main core here. Stuck on the bench. Oh, right there. I see. Okay. Yoink. Okay. Can I... Oh, there we go. Okay. Do that. Literally have no good Nefer pieces, but I do a top 0.6% Flynn's build. Yeah. Amusing that I haven't actually gotten any. The only like weird thing I would say in my farming experience is I don't think I've gotten really any relevant. Like this is the one good double crit piece on flower I've had, or feather I've had, right? And I have gotten, I think this, which is a 4-line, but it rolled shit. So this is like a piece I'm only keeping at level 12 right now. If there's like an HP scaler maybe that releases in the future. And it, to be clear, it could still roll 2 more crit rolls and be pretty good despite the 2 defense rolls. But I did get this. Forgot about that actually. So I got one good double crit piece in here. And then one piece that's like very specific to good on Nefer or maybe some other units because, you know, you could use this on other characters. And then the game gave me one random EM time piece, but I crafted one. And it's like, okay, here have some HP time pieces, sure. Def time piece, let's go. But nothing really crazy for attack time pieces, but I also haven't leveled them up because I haven't needed them. Right, like if I needed them, if I had Flynn's, I would be leveling these pieces, right? So like, there's a difference in direction where you go for your artifacts that you have based on what you choose to level up. So, yeah. I can tell you if I was getting Flynn's, I probably would have crafted a crit damage circlet because my circlet luck is garbage. And I've gotten nothing for circlets other than I got 2 crit rate circlets. One with crit damage, both crit damage, one with attack percent, one with EM. Like, yeah. But and both rolled poopy. This one isn't even level 20 because I don't have a use for it, and it rolled too poopy to bother leveling more. So yeah, also spent additional 40 fragile resin. Yeah, I don't know how many fragiles I spent. I definitely spent some. Anyways, Misa, you can put your Nefer build wherever if you can get your whatever. Aoife greater than Chaska? I think Aoife is more fun than Chaska. Minimum crit rate and crit damage for Nefer for her to be good. As good as you want her to be. 6120, considering all her EM stats. Are 6120 without factoring in her crit damage ascension? Because 6120 with her crit damage extension is only like 20% crit damage in substats. Or like 30%. But I don't know. One thing I might... Do I have the artifacts for it? Because I could do... I don't know. The last time I made this kind of video, it didn't perform well. But I could do a what if you don't build Nefer with crit. Just build no crit. And you use her good teams anyways. And I assure you, at least with Llama, she'll clear fine. Not these artifacts. I'd have to do either 4-piece Gilded Dreams or 2-piece 2-piece. I could do that. So I have this. No crit. Oh, that has crit. God damn it. Okay. Maybe I use that, and I don't know. Purposely building characters with 0 crit, it's actually a pain in the ass. I don't have to look at it. I think my YouTube chat isn't refreshing properly. Oh, yep, it's not. Okay. Your message with UID not show? Yeah. YouTube doesn't like it. You have to put your UID with a message. Don't just put your UID. YouTube does not like you just spamming numbers. It does not consider that real messages, which makes sense. I don't disagree with them doing that. So put an actual amount of text, some amount of text with your UID. It can literally just be UID plus the numbers, and then it should go through. Yehoda's best artifact set, VV again? What team are you using her in? But like probably. But it depends on the team. Anyways. If the nerf is real, they're basically just trying to sell Llama on her rerun. I mean, they already tried to sell Llama. They didn't need to nerf Nefer to sell Llama more, yo. They really didn't. Like Nefer with Llama is already gonna be a big difference regardless of it. That was I am 99% sure that was not the case. It was almost assuredly a balanced decision they made because of Colombina and what they have planned for Colombina. Because Hoyoverse knows at least vaguely what they plan for Colombina, and we can make inferences and guesses. And my bet is that Colombina will be able to buff Nefer well more than enough, or the team DPS as a whole will be way more than what 100 EM does for her. So if anything, it's to sell Colombina, but it's also to make sure that Colombina isn't too broken for her. Like they don't want, I presume they don't want Colombina to make Nefer be better than Moika. Presumably. That's potentially where they're coming from with the nerf. But I don't think it was to sell Llama. They already did what they could to sell Llama. And selling her on rerun is just, you know, whoever wants it on a rerun. Anyways, it took this long for the YouTube chat to just stop functioning in the stream. That annoys me. I swear Google has done that on purpose, where Firefox just doesn't refresh YouTube chat properly. The best thing about this region, by the way, is definitely the music. It's a fun vibe. Not that I want to go here constantly, but it's not bad. Okay. Sorry. We're looking at your Nefer build, Inka. Mulan AC1. Wow. Wait, what character? Lisa. Yep, that's pretty good. That's basically as good, if not better than mine. Only difference is, you know, you're using a crit damage circlet. Mine's balanced in an inverse direction. Little unfortunate. Your goblet's the only thing. Jesus Christ, your timepiece is cracked as hell. The only thing like you're lacking. My build is a little bit ahead of yours because I have like 80 more EM and substats or something. Yeah, so you're lacking in EM substats, but like, you know, you're making up for that in crit value. So yeah, if you want to improve your build at this point, it would definitely be a like craft an EM onset goblet, and then you could switch to like a feather most likely that has like some EM substats. This piece is way too high in crit value to replace. So yeah, it's just, yeah, try to improve your goblet, and then you could switch to either an off-piece circlet or off-piece feather. One or the other. Whatever gives you more EM substats. And EM substats, one of the main ways you can get it is going to come from the circlet, as the circlet gives the majority of its crit value already in whatever, but... And you might have a circlet that has the same amount of crit rate, but like an additional 2 or 3 EM substats kind of thing. Oh wait, we need to look at where the next thing is. Oh, there's one just down there. Okay. And then jump into there. Climb up. Go across. Jump across. Okay, what a mess. Alright. Okay, let's see if I can do it. Oops. No, what the frick you? Oh my god, this game. I love how jank the Asha are. I love them. I'm sure as I get used to doing this route, I'll freaking be fine, but... I will put a sticker here. Why can't I have my mouse? There it is. What? Please. Load out Lisa. Yeah, sorry Sylvian, you're not doing a good enough job being a salesman. Okay. Okay. This is all just gonna help me remember the path. I probably won't even really have to look at the map much after I do this once today, but... Oops. Can I stop janking out? Sick. Thanks, game. Thanks for game for getting me stuck on the thing there. Alright, go back down here, I guess. Yep. Alright, I got everything up here, right? Yep, okay. Okay. Can't put another one. In that case, I'll delete this one and put one right where I am. Can't put them that close together. Okay. Might get a weapon which will add another 33 crit damage. Yeah. Don't get baited by the weapon banner, guys, until you actually use the character. I don't think. Well, I don't know. I don't think I'm going to feel that much need to. There's a good chance I'll go to. I don't know. Will I go to pity? I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna do anything, but like her weapon is a big increase, but she's also good at a baseline. So I don't know. Like the reason to get her weapon is if you like want more ability to clear dire difficulty with her or whatever. The reason I, in particular, wouldn't mind having her weapon is because a similar reason to Skirk was where it's actually like a fairly decent, compelling stat stick that would be interesting to try out on some other characters for me. I don't know exactly how much difference it'll make, but I'd be curious to try it on Mulan and whatever. Like if you have a premium team, you can clear C0, R0 with Nefer, probably. Yeah. The bigger question is going to not be is going to be, can you clear future Dyers? Hold the weapon for Lisa, yeah. Where is this? Okay, jump from there, that's where I am. Okay. Fall down into that. Okay, yeah. What's the spots in here? Wait, it's artifacts in here? Yeah. Oh, wow. Wow, okay. Just didn't get to that part yet. This market is probably the single most dense spot of like artifact sparkles in the game. Get these ones. Okay. Anything else other than the underground there? Oops. Not all tagging properly. There we go. Even if you have Zhongli or Baizhi, the Flins on the team actually does more damage, contributes more to Nefer. Wait, really? I mean, Baizhi was a damage downgrade, so that doesn't surprise me, I guess, but how does Flins compare to other characters? But yes, Nefer is... Oh, what the frick was that? Nefer is... has no obvious best last slot teammate. Okay, I see. Right now. Which I think is fine. I think that's where the fun of her team building is going to be for most people. Okay. Cannot get stuck. Okay, oops. Oh my god, I hate how jank this thing is. Okay, just go up here. Where do I put a sticker here? I'm just gonna put it in the general spot. Do. Wait. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yoink. All right. Gonna guess that's the rest of the market area. Okay. Let me. What was he doing? Why is he teleporting over here? Oh, this is the only route he has over here? Okay, so this is just 7... Oh, I thought this was a video he's making just on the new area route. I mean, yeah. Actually, wait, what the hell is this? I don't think I have that one. Do I? I don't have that one marked out, actually. Do I have that area unlocked? That might be a quest I haven't done. No, I do. Never mind. Nicole is cryo, is she? Mm-hmm. How many are in here? One. That's Mora. Okay, I mean it's still fine. That's a mushroom. Okay. That's also Mora. Is this all just Mora? Nicole is ether? Yeah, it's true. Okay. Anything behind me? Oh, there's that. Mora, okay. I definitely prefer artifact sparkle spots than Mora. Mora's not bad, but I don't feel as much of a need to stockpile Mora. Although if I do artifact routes more consistently. Okay, these ones have 3 right by each other. Okay. If I do artifact routes more consistently, I will... no, okay. Be able to convert artifacts to Mora sometimes if I need. Okay. This spot, I don't know. This spot isn't great, I feel like. It's fine. Mostly because of this one, but okay. I'll put a sticker there, I don't know. Okay, but I want to know more for the for other areas. Okay, where's that? That is okay. It's yeah. I see. I feel like I might have marked that at one point. Yeah, I did. I did mark that spot, I believe. So I'll change the marker. Back. What about back to the... Is this just... Okay, so he just doesn't... Boat. Yeah, I have boat marked. Desert. I do not desert mark because fuck the desert. Extra spawnables. Okay, interesting. I expected, this is not what I expected from this route the whole time when I've been talking about this for the past several months. Because I originally heard people discussing, maybe I need to look up some other sources for it, but I originally heard people discussing this area for like artifact farming as like just farming here. That was the impression I got, at least from people talking about it. Just farming for the artifacts in this area was able to like get you close to maxing out the 100 sparkles per day that you can do. Gives you almost 60k in one rotation. Yeah, it's pretty good. Because there's more spots, right? There's spots over in like this general area, right? So I think I had to look up something else, but I think I'm not gonna do that right now. Seven made a good video, to be clear, I think, for overall route, and that makes sense. Like, I'm not judging him for making that video the way he did. Just my impression in my head was actually much more than this. So, I'm gonna have to look up some other stuff. If anyone wants to at me in Discord or whatever, you can feel free to link me something, particularly if it's an image. If you want to just like show me an image, I can just like sticker some spots and then find them on my own potentially. But you can also send me a video link too. But yeah, so like my normal route would have been in the past. Do the leeway spots, including a couple in Dragon Spine, which I guess we may as well go finish them. And then I go get the Inazuma boat, I get the leeway ones, and then I go get the Fontaine ones. So maybe that's just what I'll do. Is like I'll try to do this every other day. Is just add on. We'll see if I exhaust, because I think I've mostly just grabbed, other than the couple like vegetable ones, I've mostly grabbed the artifact spots, right? So we'll see if finishing my daily route by going and doing these ones maxes out my stuff. And yeah. Starting bridge has maximum spots in that island. I think I marked that, right? Did I not? Maybe not. Oh, you mean here? I didn't. Okay. What do you mean here? What is the starting bridge? Sorry. If this is the starting bridge, not marked. Okay. Yeah, anyways. I do want to check though. Let's just do my normal route and see what happens. All the bridges have a bunch? Okay, cool. From town statues having the main market area. Okay, cool. We'll keep that in mind in the walk there. They have to be like within. Like, I don't know what the most efficient route possible is, right? Presumably 7 made his video on his route because that's what he found was an efficient route for the using the new area, but then also using old areas, right? Which is fair. I don't necessarily need a new route. Like, I don't need to mark, sorry, every single artifact spot. But if it's within convenient walking distance, I do think, it could make sense to get those ones in the bridge if there's like 3 sparkle spots in the bridge kind of thing. But the bridges are in, a little bit of a weird spot, so. Well, I don't know, there's the one waypoint though, so if there's like 2 or 3 sparkle spots like on this bridge here, that's worth getting. I don't know. Number of artifacts per run is almost 220 to 250 in that island. Okay. Good to know. Look at these. It's a lot of nation buffs. Nation buffs? What? You mean the buffs for the Hexenzirkel characters? They're not Mondstadt buffs. I mean, if it was Mondstadt buffs, I'd be less annoyed about the buffs if they were Mondstadt buffs. But I don't know. The fact that it's only Hexenzirkel characters makes it a little bit really annoying. It's gonna be all kinds of random instances in the future, I think, where it's gonna be like, yes, forgot, Hexenzirkel racism. I don't know. It's basically them retroactively adding faction passives to Genshin in a way that's like mostly fine, but also kind of annoying. But it's fine. We'll get used to thinking about how team building works with it. And there's probably going to be particular combos that are relevant enough to think about that will become better for building around. Yeah, there's a very good chance they do the same for some smattering of characters from other regions. I just don't know what faction will they use as an excuse to do that. I don't know. Like, will they do what faction covers some leeway characters? Does anyone know any lore? Anyone is lore aware enough try to answer that question. I get that. Yeah, I got that. Okay. Let's go here. Wait, why do I have this like marked with that? There we go. Moon sign is a non-cry faction buff. I'm aware. I was talking about not cry. Adeptus faction. Okay, yeah, I would believe that. I don't know what they'd call it, but Knight of Favonius racism, maybe. Adeptus faction would include Yao. It would include Yanfei, Ganyu. Would it include Kaching? She's like, she kind of works with it. How is this? How have I never gotten this thing? You know how many times I've walked my ass over here? How many times I've walked over here to get these stupid things? Oh, you know why? It's because this is the wrong one. That's why I was like, wait, where's the barrel? It's because I normally go to those barrels, not that barrel, because there's no barrels there. That would explain why. Okay, never mind. Not that surprising. But it's funny though. Didn't need that. Kaching doesn't do anything with Adepti? Yeah. So I guess not. Rip Kaching. No buff for you, even though she deserves it. The Cheese Shing could get their own buffs in the future. That's true. Yeah. But look, if they do all this, yeah, they do all these faction specific buffs. I don't know. It's just gonna make team building really weird, but not necessarily in a bad way. Just in an annoying way. And it's just gonna cause all kinds of random circumstances of like, this combo of characters actually works better than this combo of characters. In ways that aren't obvious from their baseline kit until you add on the faction passive later on top, so it's fine. It's interesting all around, I would say. What am I doing? I didn't go in here, did I? Wait, I did. My brain is not working. I need to end the stream, Jesus. Kaching's co-workers in Adepti? I mean, yeah, they could use that. I mean, Razor got included in the Hex and Circle cast, so like, I feel like loose connections do apply. I feel like that artifact is not worth getting, but it's very quick, generally speaking, because I can load fast. These artifacts are more worth it. I have free in the team, but oh well. Coffee or tea? Tea. Oh, speaking of tea, I got the teapot from my grandma. Not teapot, tea kettle. And it has like she didn't look inside of it. It's probably fine. It's probably I could dissolve whatever's inside of it and clean it out. But like, I'm not gonna risk it. It's got full of like a cream colored buildup. Like it looks like it was used for chemistry experiments. This stainless steel tea kettle. So yeah, I still need to buy a tea kettle, basically, because the one my grandma gave me is like, it might be fine, but also like if I use it, it might poison me.
Are you kidding me? This is even colder than the nights in the desert.
A group of the Kaching and Ning are powder. Yeah, that's the Qixing, I believe. Maybe we kind of mentioned that before, but I don't know. I feel like that's too small of a group. Oh, we're already out of sparkle spots. Let's go. Sick. Okay. Yeah, so that's good. That's good then. It's good then. Just the Leeway spots plus this, like, because this is really fast, right? Like this alone is something I think I will try to get in the habit of doing daily. I feel like. Because like this alone is like what, half? Probably. That's pretty significant. Because like this sequence alone is really fast. It can probably be done in like 5 minutes. And just doing this 5 minutes per day is maybe something I'd prefer to do over doing the other route per day. So I'll leave this marked. I'll still look into seeing some of those spots on this island, but honestly, in many ways, just doing the market per day, like just going here daily as a habit and getting the crap here is something that could add up a lot over time. So yeah, that's cool. Any artifacts I should level with the pieces I just got? Actually, I will a 4-line HP goblet. I feel like I already leveled these. Yeah, I remember those. Haven't leveled that yet. That buildup comes off easy with vinegar? Oh, okay. Maybe I will. Calcium buildup. It's like a centimeter thick, by the way. It's like a centimeter thick of buildup. I'm not kidding. Yeah, I forgot this HP. Is this a 4-liner? No. It's a 3-line with ideal stats. Okay. So yeah, if it's just calcium buildup, that's fine, I guess, but it definitely looks like worn down, but I'll try watching it. I'll try it. Depends how clean it ends up getting and how much noticeable buildup it has. Chisel it off. A little more concentrated vinegar, sure. 57 spots? Okay. I feel like I had an artifact that was relevant to level, but I don't remember what it was. Maybe this piece? That's a Flynn's piece, so I don't really have a use for it right now. I should finish leveling this. Yeah, I don't really feel like it. Maybe I should just level nothing. Oh well. Yeah, I still want... this set is so annoying. It's like I can imagine a million different random circumstances for it, but I don't actually have that much need for a lot of these pieces. Okay. Whatever. Saving rest of my resin for tomorrow, I suppose, and that's probably the stream. We should go raid someone on Twitch. Calcium remover stray from the spare. Okay, so now, but the problem is how much shit am I gonna buy to clean off the calcium buildup from this old tea kettle versus just buying one that costs like $15? That's the question in my head. What am I doing? Let's go do something. Oh, I was gonna go to the strong box, but yeah. I love Nefer from first sight, and I prayed she was meta, and she is. I mean,
Suitable for drying clothes, cleaning out.
want to know what characters are meta? Any 5-star that is released that isn't a standard banner 5-star, I guess. Like you really don't have to worry about, as far as like 5-stars go, whether or not they're relevant, unless there's paranoia that they might be a standard banner character. Like, anyone calling Durin bad right now is out of their mind, in my opinion, but and doesn't understand the value of offfielders. So, anyways, the meta of Genshin is more nuanced than just, does character reach 5 quadrillion DPS? I don't know. Anyways, crap. We're gonna end the stream with an Arlecchino flower, double crit, 4-line attack %. No. One more chance. I kind of need a flower, and then I can. Okay. Oh, I also got an on-set goblet for Arlecchino yesterday. Technically, don't get excited though. It's a weird one. I was almost excited for it, but then it. Oh wait, no, I threw it. Never mind. It was a 4-line with crit rate attack %, and it rolled like 20% attack. And I was like, that's weird. I think I threw it away though, because yeah, 20% attack alone was not enough. It was almost enough, but no. Anyways, Hammer on the outside of the kettle. Stress and deformation of the kettle will cause the scale to break off. Alright. Sounds good. Y'all are experienced calcium buildup breakers for tea kettles. Apparently this is a known problem. Do all your grandmas give you old tea kettles with calcium buildup? Or is it just something you have to do every so often with tea kettles? I don't know. Oh, I guess check what's my final count gonna be for Primo Gems? I did the thing, whatever. No, I'm just British. Well, that doesn't explain it though. Unless something about being British causes calcium buildup in your tea kettles. Like that's what I was asking. I was asking like, do you like tea British? Yes, but I was asking, is this like a normal maintenance thing for tea kettles? Or do you just buy old tea kettles? It's the quality of the tap water? That's what it is. Okay, so it is a thing you have to do regularly. That's what I was asking. Normal when you use tap water? Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I don't think it's normal that I'll post a photo in the Discord. But I don't think it's normal that a teapot gets this much buildup normally. Or tea kettle. British people cause calcium buildup, yeah. Anyways, what we looking? Oh yeah, so I'll check the calculator. Let's see where I'm at. So I have 10 50. Yep. Okay, so we need 65 wishes for that. And I'm not going to commit to going to pity and weapon banner, but only if Arlecchino weapon was a banner, I'd say yeah, sure. Why not? I don't love Arlecchino weapon. 10 pity on this as well. So we need to go to pity on both. We need about 120 if I do want to go to pity on both. But pity on weapon banner is risky business. Got 11 there. I do need to save some of them, so I'll say, I mean, factoring in Star Glitter refunds, I'll be able to, we can say I at least have probably 15 wishes, I'm pretty sure. I only need to save enough to get a Kaya. Well, I shouldn't, 15 is maybe too much, I don't know. I'll just say a 10 pull. So a 10 pull from there, we have a 10 pull to start, that's 26. I have 81 there, but I'll get 600 maintenance Primo Gems plus 150. So plus 1370. That's 86. So plus 26. I have 112 wishes. So basically enough to get my guaranteed Nefer. Nefer R1, still better than C1. I think they're pretty similar. I believe they're similar. Yeah, I believe they're pretty similar. So if you get more value from going the character banner than you would on weapon banner, then yeah. Which might be the case for most people, because at least if you risk going for an C1 Nefer, you're going to, and you lose a 50-50. That's a 50-50 you can carry over to a new banner. Durin makes the Hexen buffs even stronger. I mean, kind of, yes. Because he is a Hexen Circle character. That is strong. So being paired with other Hexen Circles that have relevant kits is a stronger combination. So yeah, anyways. It'll be fine. I don't need to get Nefer weapon immediately or anything. And again, that's probably just more... I'm willing to throw like 20-30 pulls in the weapon banner and see what happens. And hopefully get R1 of the 4-star. Because even at R1, it's basically just non-RNG Widzith to me. It's basically going to be similar to Widzith on average, but it will be more consistent. Widzith will be what I could use if I want to get, like Widzith buff when you get the 480, when you get the 480 M buff specifically, so it's not factoring the uptime, it's not this on average, it will give you like the same damage numbers as our Sid does basically. So Widzith EM buff is OP for Never, for sure. Do we know what Yoda does? Yeah, she's Lynette, but better. And Nod Cry, so she can fulfill needing 2 Nod Cry units. Her plus I know is 2 Nod Cry units, and that fulfills Ascendant Gleam requirement. So plus 40k DPS. I know plus Yehoda is plus 40k DPS against a Wild Hunt. Sick. Yay. Yehoda's like half as good as Sucrose plus healer, yeah. Oh yeah, someone mentioned earlier that supposedly Yehoda C6 calcs worse than Sucrose for Flynn's, which is really weird to me, because someone also said that Yehoda C6 buffs the whole team, so that, like, it's really weird to me that Yehoda C6 would be worse than Sucrose for Flynn's. Like, Yehoda buffs a little bit of EM, like not as much EM, but like a TTDS, if we're assuming a freaking Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayer Sucrose. So, like a TTDS is 24% attack, so we're losing 24% attack for Flynn's. It's gotta be just TTDS. So we're losing 24% attack. And then EM-wise, like a full EM Sucrose, that's not the right element. A full EM Sucrose is like at best having 600 EM, so we're talking 600 times 0.2, that's 120 plus the 50, so 170, so 70 more EM and 24% attack. Right? Versus 100 EM and 50 CV, but it's also 50 CV for a Neva, right? But maybe the EM loss, the EM, a little bit lower EM and a little bit lower EM for a Neva, plus the loss of attack, is what makes it a side grade. If so, I would not be surprised to see Yehoda get buffed. Like, well, actually, you know what? No, hot take. She doesn't need a buff. She doesn't need a buff. I think it'd be a good thing that C6 isn't that worthwhile to go for. I don't want to see Yehoda C6 be like 10% better than Sucrose. That's my vibe. Let it be balanced. Let it be a relevant alternative, because you might have other cases for using Sucrose. So. Oh yeah, does Flynn's... Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Derp, I always forget about that factor. Yeah, is it just Yehoda extends rotations? That might be why. That's probably the actual reason why. Never mind. Ah, shit. Fucking Mihoyo. I think Mihoyo doesn't even probably realize that. I feel like Mihoyo doesn't even realize. So maybe we'll get a Yehoda buff that shortens her cooldowns then, because that's probably all she needs, if that's it. I didn't actually check what her cooldowns were, so I didn't think about that as a factor at all. What does that mean? Her freaking energy cost is like 70 then? Sus Colombina buff? What? Oh, info? I was looking at what buff? We don't have any real. It's 70? Ugh. Mihoyo, you don't know how to design your character kits, do you? Like, they have to have been intending to have Yehoda be a very good unit for Flynn's at minimum. And I'm sure they're not stupid and they understand how for Nefer she's not going to be that incredible, because Anemo and Dendro, they're not that dumb, you would think. But Mihoyo for getting cooldowns matter. Like, just give her a 60-second burst cost and change her cooldown to 15 seconds in turn, and bam, she fine. Then it makes sense. So yeah. Anyways, it's first beta. I wouldn't stress out that much on that. But if she does end up just being balanced, then oh well. That's fine. Then there's not any reason to get baited by her C6 much then. Which is cool. So anyways, I didn't see the Colombina info. I'll end the stream with looking at that. I almost googled Colombina. Let's see.
Do you have any additional commands? No problem. I can add
Let's see.
I'm quite used to it.
Let's see. Colombina crumbs from 3 hours ago. Translation. C0 can provide teammates with 50% lunar reaction damage increase, 50% attack bonus, increase hydro, electro, dendro, animal characters resistance to interruption. That's weird. And this is from someone with an atrocious track record. Like, that's weird because it would be really weird for her not to give EM. Like this would make her worse than Ino for Nefer, right? I'm willing to believe parts of this, but not that being all it is. So, also 50% attack buff for the team though, by the way, is way bigger than you expect. That's like actually huge. 50% attack buff for like Flynn's teams would be humongous. I'm pretty sure we would launch Flynn's teams to like factoring in like her own personal damage, like straight to like 140k DPS. Just with that. But I think maybe there's a grain of truth maybe in that, right? Again, I strongly think there's a good chance that the way that Colombina will buff will be based on counting the team composition. So it'll be like, you have so let's base it off of some kind of like structure like this, right? Where for every pyro, electro, or cryo member in the team, you will get a 15% attack buff, let's say, right? And then that would mean for a Flynn's team, if you have maybe let's say 20%, maybe that's better. I don't know. Let's say 20% for simplicity. Yeah, so you have Nefer, Colombina, Flynn's, Sucrose, or Yoda. Then that'll be 40% attack for both Nefer and for Flynn's. And then for Anima or Dendro units, how about increase the whole team's EM by 100 per each character? So that means you have one Anima unit, you get 100 EM too. So she'd be off 100 EM for the team and 40% attack and her personal damage, right? Would easily, and then like potentially launch, like back when Flynn's was in, like, or the beta was basically done. I remember asking Zajaf to go and put in a hypothetical 40% attack buff for the team, for Nefer and for Flynn's, when Flynn's was in beta. If Colombina did that, if Colombina did nothing other than she was Ino C0, she was Ino C0, but just gave attack and did no damage, not gonna happen. If she only did that, that took Flynn's to like 120k DPS. Like it was 15k plus DPS more, just from 40% attack. So like this, that might not seem like much, but it's actually quite significant. And then for like a Nefer team context, that would be, you know, let's say you have 3 Dendros in the team, because you could do that. You'd have 300 EM from her, which might be a little bit low actually. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know what that would calc at. I don't have as much of a framework for that one. But again, plus her damage is why, like I was saying, like plus her personal damage. It's not that far off, but especially if she gives some amount of like lunar damage bonus on top of that, it wouldn't surprise me if she has more generic plus, but then also gives some lunar percent, right? Lunar damage bonus. So that could easily be enough to make her a strong character, but she almost assuredly has something that buffs EM. And I think it's just going to be something that counts the teammates. I think that's the easiest way ever to do it. They did it in Yahoda's kit. They've done multiple kits that count elements in the team. The non-cry resonance thing counts elements in the team. I think they're just going to make her count the elements in the team and give different buffs based on it. So, yeah. Nefer, Llama, Zhongli, Ino, a good team for Nefer. Yeah, it should be good. I personally would. You should probably just put Serenade on Zhongli. I'm pretty sure that works, right? What is the uptime on this? 8 seconds. And we dealing elemental damage. So the uptime on, wait, what is the uptime on Deepwood? I guess that might be the same difference. I guess. Oh, it's also 8 seconds. Okay. Well, never mind. Doesn't really matter, I guess. Zhongli might just end up being awkward because of pillar problems with Zhongli. But yes, should be good overall. It's definitely one of the. He's definitely one of the compelling options for defensive utility that you might want with her. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like my idea of her buffing based on kind of the team and is something that's very, very easy for them to balance, right? And very easy to make Colombina have a relevant kit for both Nodcry units and other characters in the game. And then it's just a matter of what they want Colombina's own personal damage to be on top of the buff she gives, right? So, like, Colombina could very well end up being a very simple character that is still extremely impactful. And I would be fine with some amount of conditionality to her kit, like needing to have a shield on the team to get her buffs. But we'll see if that actually comes true. I'm gonna guess not. I think she won't require that. Because, you know, if... I don't know, maybe she will. We'll see. If she buffs significantly more than the numbers I just suggested, I sincerely hope she has some kind of condition like needing a shielder on the team. I think it'd be fine to buff the relevancy of using Zhongli, buff the relevancy of using whatever other shielder in the game. A buff for a Nefer. Right. Yeah. The downside would be someone like Nefer. You know, if you do Nefer, Colombina, Llama, and Colombina requires a shield to get her full buffs out, well, suddenly now the last slot... Who the hell do you put in the last slot of Nefer teams then? Kirara, I guess? Yeah, it'd have to be Kirara. Probably, right? I don't know. It depends. We're arguing hypotheticals that don't matter until we know we have an actual kit. But I mean, Colombina could be the shielder herself. Yes, that's true. If Colombina has a shielder requirement for team building for her buffs, but then is the shielder herself, that's not what I mean. That's not exactly... I don't know. It's that'd be a way to balance though. Like maybe Colombina's buffs turn off when you lose the shield. When you lose the protection of the moon goddess. These buffs go away. So it's only while you are under the protection of the moon goddess, and that's just what her shield is called. Right? So I don't know. Anyways. My rank is 55, I don't play the game. Can I get it? What do you mean? Event 5 stars gone? Why? Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry, Rita. I just didn't pay attention to your messages because you put them all in like 5 separate messages. I was confused what you were asking. I only read them individually before. No, you can still get the free 5-star right now. I think for like 23 more hours, 22 more hours. Well, it might be shorter for NA. I don't know. Or sorry, for NA, for Asia. This probably ends a little bit sooner. Maybe not. No, 21 hours should be when the patch is done. So I assume it's still up for 22 hours for everyone. So yes, you can still claim the free 5-star. Never was saying Joe. I think you have to alternate skill and burst every rotation, but yes, it should. Wait, do you have to alternate? Yeah, you alternate, or you just sack sword and sometimes burst. I don't know. The Singjo is not that strong a synergy with Nefer. Like if you have a C1 Ino, you should use C1 Ino, unless you need Ino for Flynn's. So, yeah. His skill cooldown and burst cooldown cause problems if you're going to do skill and burst every rotation, so you'd want to alternate. And other rotations where you burst, you'd have to weave in normal attacks. That might be a little bit awkward, but it should be fine. Just awkward. I wouldn't recommend it. I'm not going to play it, I don't think. I mean, I might test it, but I'm not going to play it regularly. I can almost guarantee that. But that's like part of why Singjo being on the banner is fine. And in particular, Singjo's being on the banner from like a casual perspective is fine in that like you can just do longer rotations, you'll be fine. Like Singjo, Nefer, Llama, plus whoever the hell is going to be perfectly fine. Even if you have a significant DPS loss on paper, it's not going to be so significant that you can't clear most content with it. But like when it comes to optimizing your clears in Stygian Onslaught, doing 21 second, 20 second, 21 second, whatever rotations with Nefer is going to be bad, right? Potentially. But also depends on your investment and whatnot, and what boss you're fighting, etc. What the mechanics are, who knows, yada yada. Wait for Colombina, it feels so long, yeah. But we'll probably have her kit in less than 2 months. We'll definitely have her kit in less than 2 months. Unless she's not in 6.3. Then we'll see. Anyways, I need to stop yapping. Fun stream. 6.2 seems like it has a lot of shite in it. That isn't exploration, but just a lot of shite. I mean, just things to mess around with. I don't mean shite in a negative way. So yeah, I don't know. And the never buff doesn't matter. That's it. Sorry, never buff, never nerf. If it was a buff, it also wouldn't matter. I'd probably say the same things. I'd be like, if they gave her a buff, I'd be like, why? And if they give her a buff, I'd just be confused as to why they buffed her. So yeah, you'd be like, never got buffed. Is Colombina weaker than we expect? That's what I think. I think the inverse of today. Maybe. Anyways. So yeah. What about YouTube? Let's go raid someone on Twitch. Have a wonderful day. We'll probably stream tomorrow. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. If I stream tomorrow, I don't know what time. Because it's going to be... It depends. On things. Back from the past 3 hours of content. No one didn't watch the end of the stream. Yes. Sorry.